When I was 8 years old, I lived in a resort town called Garden Bay, British Columbia. We lived down by the water, and there were many, many log booms, which we decided to run across. Big mistake. I was in the middle of hopping across the logs when the logs divided, and I fell between the logs into the water, and then the logs closed above me. I immediately looked above and could not find a way between the logs. I started to sink. I remember the moment I entered the water as clearly as it happened a minute ago. It was dark, but not so dark that I couldn't see sun rays from beyond the log boom hitting the water as I sunk. I was extremely peaceful, although I realized I probably should be panicking. The next thing I knew, I hit the bottom and immediately passed out. Or at least I thought I passed out, because the next recollection I have is that all the sand at the bottom of the water started to move in a circular motion around me, and a shimmering of light in those sand grains. In that very moment, I felt like I was connected to every rock, every animal, everything in the air, all the water. There was a sense of oneness that I'll never forget. Adults from the beach saw what was happening. Eventually, they were able to get me pulled out. I choked up water, and then immediately told anyone and everyone that would listen that somehow I knew that everything in this world was indeed connected, and that there was no beginning to me, no ending to me, that we were all just one. That feeling comforts me to this day. I volunteer part-time for a trail maintenance group up in the Olympic National Park area. Mostly just clear brush, reporting blowdowns, helping folks who get turned around. I've always been a solo hiker, and the park feels like home to me. Never had a reason to be scared out there. Until this experience. It was late in September, cool and damp, but not quite into the real heavy rain yet. I went out to check on the lesser-used loop trail near the staircase. Nothing technical, just overgrown and often forgotten once summer ends. I planned to do a quick sweep, eat lunch by the creek, and head back by mid-afternoon. I remember reaching this bend in the trail where these huge moss-covered rocks sort of frame the path, like natural gates. I've passed through them a dozen times before, but as I walked between them that day, something shifted. Everything got quiet, not just deep woods quiet. No birds, no wind. Even the sound of my own boots on the dirt felt muffled. I kept going for maybe 15 minutes before I started feeling like I wasn't where I was supposed to be. The trail looked familiar, but not quite right. Too narrow, no signage, trees spaced weird, like someone rearranged them just slightly. My watch said 12:41 p.m. I turned around and walked back, thinking I must have taken a wrong turn. But when I came back through those same stone gates, the sun was already dipping, golden hour light, sky turning orange. I pulled out my phone. No service, but the lock screen said 6:17 p.m. I lost nearly 6 hours. It didn't feel like a dream. I didn't fall or hit my head. No signs of a panic attack. I was fully alert, not hungry or dehydrated. But I don't remember anything about that time. Not a damn thing. I told the other stewards, and one of the older guys just nodded and said, "That trail doesn't like everybody." Whatever that means. I haven't gone back through those rocks since, and I don't plan to. This happened about 5 or 6 years ago, just off the coast near La Push, Washington. I've been fishing most of my life. Grew up out there, and you learn to read the water, the air, the quiet. You learn when something's off, just so. I was out early. Sun hadn't fully come up yet. Still a heavy marine layer hanging over the water. It was the kind of morning where everything's so still. No gulls, no sea lions. It's just me, the fog, and the faint hum of my trolling motor. About an hour in, I'm cutting across a stretch where the water usually runs a little choppy, but this morning it was like glass. That's when I noticed something. It was bobbing, about 40 yards out. At first I thought it was driftwood, and then it moved. It was long, pale, not white, just off-colored. Like smooth bone or something underwater for too long. No fins, no face that I could see. Just this shape, maybe 10 feet long, rising a little out of the water and dipping back down, slow and deliberate. I killed the motor and just watched. It surfaced again. It was closer this time, but still no sound, no splash. Just that slick movement and this sense. Not fear exactly, but a sort of pressure, like I was being sized up. It stayed there maybe a minute, maybe less. Then it sank. No ripple, no current, like it hadn't even been there. I've fished this coast for 30 years, and I've never seen anything like it. Told my brother, and he said maybe it was a whale calf or some odd tangle of kelp. But I know what kelp looks like, and that thing, it was watching me. Haven't gone back out past that stretch since. I was either 3 or 4 years old and hadn't learned to swim yet. My aunt left me on the stairs and I saw all of the other kids having fun, and I thought that looked like fun. I went forward, flailing around, sunk like a rock. I took a big breath of water. I didn't have thoughts, but I felt incredibly sad that I'd messed up. I was pulled out and given CPR by a lifeguard, and when I came to, I was instantly crying, saying how sorry I was. Not my only near-death, though. When I was 19, I was run over by a truck going 45 or 50 miles an hour in a crosswalk. I didn't see it coming. I had my back to the truck while skateboarding across the crosswalk. I felt the truck impact my entire back. My head whipped backwards and slammed the hood. I was then launched 15 to 20 feet forward. When I was in the air, I was still conscious. The only thoughts that ran in my head, what the just happened? I then felt impact to my face and my head. That's when I blacked out. I then had a seizure on the pavement, bashing my front teeth into the pavement. While it was happening, I'm fully conscious, thinking in my head, what the fuck are you doing? Stop biting the fucking ground. I could not control anything physically, and that really pissed me off. I ended up being on the news that morning. When being brought in by the EMT to the ER, the nurses kept telling me, we all thought that you'd be dead, or no way you were conscious and conversing so well. They ran me through every test, x-ray, CAT scan, MRI. There wasn't any internal bleeding, and not a single broken bone. I literally walked out of that hospital with my skateboard in hand. I called my buddies for a ride and told them the story. There are a few others that I have to think about them. There's more emotion attached rather than just a thought. But basically, the only injury other than a concussion was some road rash. And I literally walked away. I feel like I had something looking over me that day. I've been hiking and backcountry camping solo since I was a teenager. I grew up in a small town in Washington and spent most weekends in the Cascades. Over the years, I've learned how to read terrain, track weather shifts, and how to stay safe. I've also learned that the woods will sometimes give you a feeling, a warning or a gut punch, whatever you want to call it, and you don't ignore it. Back in 2017, I decided to spend a long weekend solo camping in a lesser-traveled section of the Alpine Lakes wilderness. There's this semi-hidden trail up past the usual routes that leads to a beautiful glacial tarn if you know how to follow the game trails. I've done it once or twice before, once with a buddy and once alone. Always peaceful, always quiet. Never seen another soul up there. The hike in this time was normal. Cool air, distant bird song, not a single person on the trail once I broke away from the marked path. I made camp at the lake just before dusk. I pitched my tent near a large granite outcrop, and I settled in with some freeze-dried chili and a cheap paperback. That night was uneventful, though. I did notice how still it got. No wind, no frogs, just that weird kind of silence that presses on for a little bit too long and something small breaks it, letting you know you're still on planet Earth. I slept okay, woke up around 6:30 a.m. with the plan to hike up toward a nearby ridge. Wasn't far, maybe 45 minutes up if you're steady. I left everything in place except for a day pack with water, jerky, and a map, one that I didn't think I'd need. But that is the last thing I remember clearly. Walking up the trail, the sound of my boots crunching over pine needles, the sun still low and the ridge just peeking into view. Then nothing. Not even blackness, just a hard out. The next thing I know, I'm standing back at the base of the ridge, just off the trail. I'm staring up into the trees, like I'd blinked and suddenly lost time. At first I figured I must have dozed off, maybe got a little turned around. But when I checked my watch, it was after 3 p.m. 7 hours had just passed. There were no bruises or scrapes like I'd fallen, but my water was nearly gone, and there were pine needles stuck inside the collar of my shirt like I'd been lying down somewhere. I hiked back to camp fast, packed my shit even faster. I didn't stay another night. I'd camped alone plenty of times, but that was the only time I'd ever felt like I was being followed on the way out. I never saw anything or heard anything, just that feeling like someone was a few steps behind me. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I thought I'd see something. I've gone back to a lot of places since then, but not there. I won't even say the name of the lake anymore. I don't know what happened during those 7 hours, and the more that time passes, the more I start to wonder, do I even want to know? At the beginning of March, we had a pretty big storm out here that knocked out the power and brought down some trees. Nothing on our property was damaged, but it took more than a weekend to get all the branches and debris out of the yard and driveway. And there was one other thing. Someone had tied a rowboat to our dock. It was covered with barnacles, and the wood had deteriorated, like it had spent the last decade at the bottom of the ocean. Most of the paint had chipped and worn away, but I could see the whole thing used to be painted blue with white trim. The side of it read, "Oh, Susanna." The vessel didn't look sea-bearing by any means. Neither me or my husband are very boat-savvy, and our dock isn't big enough for a full motorboat to sit at. It's got enough for a few chairs and fishing at most. We purchased this property because it was beautiful and isolated. Occasionally, when the weather's good, we get our grandkids jumping off of it, but that's mainly what it's been used for. It's attached to the backyard, and that's pretty much the only way that you can reach it besides swimming at it from the opposite way. Our beach access doesn't have California sand. It's pebbles and bigger, a rocky man-made half-circle that connects our backyard to the dock. We have a security camera that faces into our backyard. It doesn't reach as far as the water, but it gets the whole grassy part of the yard. Our back deck and a little bit of the driveway. Everything that leads from the dock is in view, but we didn't see anyone cut through our yard. Not towards the dock or away from it. But the boat clearly hadn't just washed into the shoreline because someone had lassoed it to the dock with a brown rope. Again, though, unless the owner tied the boat off and then jumped back into the water and swam away, there was no way our cameras wouldn't have caught them. Our whole system cost us a pretty penny. It's motion activated, records in crystal clear HD. Regardless, there was still a rickety broken boat on our property with splintered wood and tetanus nails that neither of us wanted our grandkids playing on. We joked that it was actually the perfect size boat for our little dock, and that we'd been considering getting something small for us to push around on the water, but it wasn't going to be this boat. We didn't know what to do with it, though. Pushing it back into the water would have just littered the seafloor by the dock, and it was way too big for my husband, Santiago, to lift and move on his own. So we thought we'd ask our son-in-law to break it apart the next time he brought the kids. It let out an eerie creak every time the waves pushed it around, almost like the boat was singing, but the current wasn't strong enough for it to fully drift back. Santi carefully placed a foot inside the boat, making sure to avoid the exposed nails. Then from under one of the benches, he pulled out a vintage Sears tackle box made of metal and copper. It was the only thing inside the boat, and when he handed it to me to climb back out, I held it up, found an engraving on the underside that said, Roebuck and Company, 1940. It was in pristine condition. No rust, no dents. I couldn't believe my eyes. Then we popped it open. We saw that it was filled with wooden lures. They all looked to be hand-carved. Some of the lures we were pulling out were so intricately crafted that they resembled small art pieces rather than fishing gear. The inside of the box was also completely dry. We closed it up and walked back into our home where we dumped it out onto the table. There must have been more than 20 different lures, a bunch of extra hooks scattered across the tablecloth. When we were done looking at all of them, we put all except for one back into the tackle box. Santi took a dragon-shaped one because he thought it looked really cool, wanted to hang it on his rearview mirror. He put that one in his coat pocket before we went to bed. Later that night, our house alarm went off. The panel said that our back patio door had been tampered with, but the motion sensor didn't pick up anything. None of the lights outside were activated. Santi got out of bed to check around the house and immediately runs back into the room telling me that every door in the house was wide open. He ran back to grab his rifle. I followed him out of bed and I stood behind him as he went from room to room checking for an intruder. When we were unable to locate the source, we checked the camera feed. They didn't capture anything or anyone, but at the exact same time and speed, you can see our front, side, and back doors swing open. It was so unsettling, and with no explanation as to how it happened, all we could do was lock everything back up and hope it didn't happen again. I think it shook Santi more than he let on because he grabbed his rosary from the dresser and slept with it in his hand that night. The next morning he called our son-in-law and asked him to come out to help move the boat. They made a plan for that weekend. We then went downstairs, and the house was filled with a disgusting odor, like a fish market in the summer. When we returned to the kitchen, the tackle box that we had brought in the night before now looked eroded, oxidized, and rusted. It was also the source of the smell. Seaweed and rocks were stuck in the chipped metal. It was the same tackle box, with the same engraving on the bottom, but now it looked like all of the years of wear and tear caught up to it, overnight. I made Santi take it outside, and he brought it all the way back to the boat, returning it right where he found it. But the energy in the house still felt off. It was the morning and a gorgeous sunrise was about to come through the window, but the house, it still felt cold. I couldn't escape that spooked feeling as I'd walked around the house. It felt like we'd brought a presence into the home, and it wouldn't leave, like someone standing over your shoulder when you're alone in a room. I'm not one of those crystal ball horoscope ladies, but I felt like I could comprehend what it meant to feel an energy shift, like when the air feels different before a thunderstorm. The hair on my arm stood up, and I felt like my baseline was staying comfortably in fight or flight mode. In the house that I'd spent decades in, I now felt like something was waiting to grab me from every corner. When the weekend rolled around, David, our son-in-law, came down with his truck and an axe to break the boat into smaller pieces that could easily be loaded up and moved. Me and my granddaughter Nevaeh watched the boys work on the boat from the patio. She walked inside to get a soda from the fridge, but came back with that small little dragon lure, the one that Santi had taken from the tackle box. I'd forgotten all about it until she showed it to me. Just like the tackle box it came from, the wooden lure looked worn down and broken. The hook was dull and misshapen, and Nevaeh noted that it was stinky. I told her to throw it in the yard. I'd have one of the boys take care of it. Where did she find it? I asked. I didn't think she would have walked all the way up to the bedroom and gotten into Santi's coat, and she didn't. She says she almost stepped on it by the refrigerator. Wow, that could have been a doctor's visit. She got lucky avoiding it. Standing on the back deck, she winds up and throws the dragon lure as far as she can into the grass of the backyard. Right after it hits the ground, I hear Nevaeh say, "Grandma, look." She's pointing out to the bushes on the right side of the yard, and out from under the leafy branches pops the scariest coyote I've ever seen. It emerged from the bushes looking like a demon from way down low. The sight of it made me use the Lord's name in vain and grab Nevaeh to go back inside. From the kitchen window, we both watched the coyote slink into the yard. It looked dead on all accounts. One of its eyes were dangling on its cheek. Its fur was patchy with mange. Sticks and leaves were tangled in its hair, and the eye that was still in its head, it was foggy and white. Its face had on a permanent snarl, but I was surprised at how fast it moved despite its condition. It entered the yard with a sort of limp and stared back at us with its one eye. Then it turned its head towards where Nevaeh had thrown the lure and crossed the yard in expeditious leaps. It picked up the dragon lure in its mouth and then swiftly exited the yard where it had entered. I'd never seen anything like it before. When I told the boys about it, they thought it was strange too. It's common to see wildlife where we are. I've seen a few coyotes on the property previously, but none of them quite like this one. None of them quite bold enough to come out in the middle of the day like that. After David and Nevaeh left with the remnants of the boat in the back of his truck, Santi and I walked out to the bushes where the coyote had come from, and there was fur and what looked like bits of decayed flesh stuck in some of the lower branches. That's when Santi also told me that when he went back out to the boat with David, the tackle box he'd put back was gone. Nowhere to be found, even after the last piece of the wood was loaded. The only silver lining to the story is that the removal of the boat, the disappearance of the tackle box, they helped my house get back to normal, back to being our home again. I'd be lying, though, if I said that I didn't think about this whole incident anytime I look out onto the dock. I don't have a lot of clear memories from when I was really young, but there's one that's always stayed with me, so vivid and strange that I know it wasn't a dream. It started when I was about 3. From what I've learned about this time period in my life, my family had just moved into a new apartment. I do remember the place being small and kind of dark, even during the day, like maybe there wasn't enough windows. My room was at the end of the hall, with one little window and a twin bed pushed against the wall. I wasn't scared of the dark, not really, but not long after we moved in, I started noticing something. Every night after I was tucked in and the lights were turned off, I'd see a shape sitting at the end of my bed. It wasn't like a monster or anything cartoonish. It was just a figure, a person-shaped shadow, all black. I never saw eyes or a face, just a solid silhouette sitting quietly. I knew it was watching me. I was so young I couldn't find the words to describe it to anyone. I didn't even know how to ask if this was something normal, But I knew that it wasn't supposed to be there. Not really. And I knew that it was watching me. It never moved, never said a word. Just sat with its back straight, its head slightly tilted, like it was trying to figure me out. The first few times, I tried to pull the covers over my face, pretend I didn't see it. But I could still feel it there. Not like a dream. It was heavy in the room. The air changed around it, just as it would if a person had walked in. Every night it came back, for a year. I remember once waking up in the middle of the night, needing to pee. I sat up and saw the figure there, right where it always was. I stared at it for a long time. My heart was racing, but even at that age, I had this weird understanding it wouldn't hurt me. Not exactly, but I didn't want to test it. I climbed down from the bed on the opposite side and walked out of the room, backwards, never taking my eyes off of it. It just stayed seated. I do remember trying to tell my mom about it, but she would just say that I had an overactive imagination. My dad wasn't around back then, and we didn't have a lot of visitors. It was just the two of us. She was working nights most of the time, so I'd often wake up alone in the apartment, except for the sitter who would sleep on the couch. Eventually, we moved to a new place. I remember the first night in our newer apartment, I kept waiting for it to come back. I even stayed awake as long as I could, but it didn't follow. I never saw it again. Now I'm an adult and I still don't know what it was. Sleep paralysis doesn't fit. I could move, talk, get out of bed. It didn't feel like a dream or a trick of the light. It felt intentional, like something had chosen to be there, with me, night after night, watching. I sometimes wonder if it was waiting for something, or maybe just trying to understand what I was. I'll never know, really. But even now, I find that I never look too long at the end of my bed when I wake up in the dark. Just in case. I don't think I would want to see it again. I've always been a rather explain-it-away type. You know the kind. Lights flicker, must be bad wiring, footsteps in an empty hall is old pipes, shadows moving, trick of the light. It's not that I wanted to disprove everything. I just never saw the point in jumping to ghosts or demons when logic usually did the job. But this is a story that made me shut my mouth. It happened about a year ago. I was house sitting for a friend, an old place out in central Pennsylvania. Not quite rural, but definitely quiet. 2 stories, drafty, and full of antique furniture that her mom had collected over the years. She told me her mom believed in bad spirits and even kept some kind of protective charm over the upstairs hallway light. I remember rolling my eyes when she pointed it out, but hey, she was paying me to feed the cat and water the plants. I wasn't about to argue over superstitions. The first night was fine, second night too, but on the third, something changed. It started just after midnight. I was upstairs getting ready for bed when I heard a sharp knocking sound. 3 taps, right at the bedroom wall behind me. Not the door, the wall. I froze and waited. Knock, 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 again. I walked into the hallway and nothing. Just silence and that hallway light overhead. It was flickering now, even though it had been fine earlier. I figured maybe the wiring was bad, a faulty bulb, and I went back to the bedroom. But that's when the smell hit me. Sulfur, very distinct, thick and heavy, like someone had lit a match and let it burn in their hand. The cat, normally a shadow at my feet, bolted from the room and wouldn't come back in. And then the air shifted and got even heavier, like I'd stepped into a sauna. Only there was no heat, just pressure. I sat on the edge of the bed trying to steady myself when the mirror across the room fogged. It just fogged up. No steam, no breath, Nothing around it, but on the glass, I could see shapes, fingers, 4 of them, dragging down the mirror slowly from the top, like something was behind the glass, watching. And then the knocking started again, but this time from inside the closet. I didn't go near it. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, listening to the knocking. It turned into a scratching. Long, deliberate strokes, like nails dragging across wood. And then a voice so low, I thought it was in my own head at first. It didn't say words, just made a sound that shouldn't come from a throat. It was wrong. I left that room, slept in the car with the cat on my lap. When I told my friend what happened the next day, she gave me a look and said, "You didn't touch the charm in the hallway, did you?" I hadn't, but it had fallen, shattered even, on the floor. And above it, carved into the ceiling beam, were 3 marks, deep, like they'd been clawed at. After seeing that, I didn't go back inside the house. Not after what had happened with the charm, the mirror. I finished the job from the driveway. I fed and gave the cat water through an open window. I told my friend something had spooked me, and that I'd rather not house it again. She laughed it off, said her mom would have loved to hear that I'd been scared, but I didn't find it funny. But here's the part that's harder to admit. Whatever was in that house, I don't think it stayed there. Just a couple days after I got home, things started happening. It was minor at first, like waking up at 3:15 every morning without fail. Eyes wide open, no dream to blame. A bulb in my hallway started flickering. Same timing every night. Always 3:15. I replaced it. It kept happening. Eventually, I just took it out, stopped walking past it in the dark. But then there was a voice. Not outside. Inside my apartment, right next to my bed. So low and close, I could feel it. It didn't whisper this time. "You." My stomach flipped, my vision tunneled, and I couldn't move. Not for a while. The next day, I burned the clothes that I'd worn in that house. I washed everything else with vinegar or salt, whatever I could Google at 2 a.m. I'm not proud of it. But when you've heard and felt something breathe without lungs, you start looking for answers in places that you once rolled your eyes at. It hasn't come back, not fully and not yet. But sometimes the light in my apartment flickers for no reason. I'll change it out and same thing. Sometimes I find a mirror fogged, and even though the air is dry, it's fogged. Sometimes I swear I hear footsteps from inside my closet, followed by a silence that isn't really silence. It's just waiting. I still don't believe in demons or ghosts per se, but I know that what's happened, it's strange and like nothing I've ever experienced before. I live in a pretty old house. Nothing special, just a regular small suburban home. It's a boring neighborhood where nothing exciting really ever happens, and the youngest residents are in their 50s, except for me. I'm 33 and moved in after my grandmother passed away last year. It's much better than my apartment and all paid off, so I'm happy with it. Also, I feel like this is leading up to make you think that I'm going to talk about my grandmother haunting me, and that's not the case. Sorry. I slept in this house 2 days after she died and every night since without incident. I've personally never been a believer, so that wasn't even on my list of concerns. Then last weekend, I finally got around to cleaning out the basement. It's not very big, but Granny was a minor hoarder, so it was just a lot of work. A few of my relatives came to help, and we actually enjoyed the stroll down memory lane. Once everything was cleared out, we had some dinner and everyone went home. Afterwards, I got a head start on moving the keep pile back downstairs. The space between the stairs has always been closed in with wood paneling. I never gave it much thought before, but now that I wanted somewhere to put my bike, I realized that these things usually had access panels for extra storage. Upon closer inspection, I found an old access panel. It looked like someone shot extra nails through the opening to make sure that it wouldn't come off. Well, that's pretty weird, right? So I got a pry bar and I pulled it open. The air inside smelled foul and stale. Something dead had gotten shut in there. I got a light, but I didn't see anything besides cobwebs, dirt, and rotting wood. I had to get out of there before I puked, so I propped the panel back in place and went upstairs. The next day, I called my cousin and had him come take a look. He actually did puke, but after that, he opened the crawl space walls and thought he found the source. I don't have the stomach to describe it. It was clearly some kind of critter, but it had been there for so long, we couldn't tell what. And you'd think that that would have been the end of it. Spray some bleach, close up the wall, clear the cobwebs, enjoy the extra 6 feet of storage space, right? But no. When my cousin left that night, we could still smell it. I kept the basement door shut, figured that it would dissipate within the next day or two, but it didn't. Even with the door closed, I could smell this shit from the other side of the house. Now, we've all been stuck around a bad smell before. Usually you get used to it. Once you smell it long enough, you just stop smelling it until someone new comes along and points it out again. I know, yet that's not what happened here. I still smell this thing when I eat, when I shower, when I sleep. It never goes away. That in itself was weird. But then I really started thinking about the whole thing. If only I had never removed the panel, right? Well, how did that flimsy panel conceal such an awful stench completely? Shouldn't we have at least smelled something in the basement before that? It seemed to have no trouble getting through the walls. I still can't explain it. So day 3, maybe 4, I can't take it anymore. I called a cleaning company and told them to go to town on the basement. I specifically asked if they could handle this kind of smell, and they repeated rather condescendingly and assured me that these jobs were the kind they did all the time. I could tell they didn't believe me. You know the way people sound when they're just humoring you. This lady's voice was dripping with that. These people came out the next day, and I'm immediately put at ease. They had a 4-person crew with tons of fancy cleaning gadgets that I've never seen before. And let me tell you, they are confident. Well, as soon as they stepped inside, they went back to the van for gas masks. I'll say that I received a great surge of satisfaction when I saw the look on their retreating faces. They were the looks that one wears when realizing that they have f***ed around and now have found out. That tantalizing mixture of shock and horror and shame. These people poked around in the basement for 2 hours, but they couldn't find anything else. They did a full cleaning, said to call them if the smell came back. Before they left, one of the guys stayed back to tell me that I should let my kids stay with someone else until I had the basement under control. I told him that I didn't have a kid. He said that he heard it crying. This guy absolutely thought I was lying. He said that they all heard the kid crying. I agreed with him just to make them leave because that was too weird. There aren't even any kids on my street, so I don't know what they thought they heard. When they first left, all I could smell was bleach and chemicals, and it was fantastic. Anything was better than that god-awful stench. With the windows open, the rest of the house even started smelling downright decent. And then I went to bed and woke up to a slightly less than fresh smell, and it had gotten worse the closer I got to the basement. It was back. When I opened the door to go downstairs, it hit me full on, like that first night all over again. Halfway down the steps, I felt 2 hands press firmly on the back of my legs and push. I fell all the way to the bottom and broke my wrist. It took a second for the pain to set in. I was more worried about the person who had pushed me, but there was no one down there. The lights were on. It's not like it was too dark to see anyone. I could see everything just fine, but no one was there. I have a camera pointing in the kitchen. No one went in or out of that door, so they didn't run away as I was falling. What the hell is happening in this house? The cleaning company is supposed to come back in a few days, but I don't even want to go down there anymore. I'm thinking about bricking over that door and writing off the basement entirely. So the stairs to my attic had smelled like burnt hair for 3 days. Extremely odd because it was just that area, and I have a very old, drafty house. On day 4, I came home from work just before midnight, and as soon as I walked through the door, I felt like I had someone standing over my shoulder, breathing down my neck. The feeling was so strong, I opened the medicine cabinet so the mirror was against the wall. I also showered with the shower curtain open because I had a powerful need to see the room. After a shower, I was a little less on edge until I walked past my 4-year-old daughter's room. The door was closed, but I heard her talking in her sleep. Then I heard a loud crash. I slowly opened the door to find her sleeping on top of the covers, and the pile of stuffed animals she insisted on sleeping with scattered across the room. I turned the lights on low, looked around the room, and checked her breathing. All seemed well, so I went to bed. The next morning, I asked her if she had a bad dream. She said, "Yeah, there was a man, no arms, and sauce on his face. He kept laughing at me. I told him to go away, but he wouldn't. Then an arm came out of the wall, threw me into the ceiling, and I crashed back down onto my bed and went back to sleep." Sauce on his face? Yeah, red like spaghetti. I'm not someone who jumps to paranormal conclusions. I guess I try to be reasonable about weird things, blame stuff like the wind or whatever. But there are a couple of things I've experienced that still sit with me, no matter how much I try to shrug them off. The first was years ago, when I worked at a bowling alley that everyone joked was haunted. And I mean everyone. Staff, regulars, even the regional manager. The stories usually centered around a former mechanic, one who passed away on the job years before I even started. Supposedly, he never really left. Most of the stories were harmless. Machines starting themselves, tools going missing and then reappearing in strange places. A bowling ball dropped in an empty lane with no one around. That sort of thing. Creepy, but I didn't pay it much mind until it happened to me. I was restocking the vending machines, totally alone. I had my hair up in a ponytail like always, and I felt this yank, a sharp little tug, like someone giving a playful pull just to mess with me. I spun around immediately, thinking a coworker had snuck up on me, but the room was empty. I even checked the security footage later, just to prove I wasn't losing it. Not a soul entered that room while I was in there. And there was nothing I could have snagged my hair on, nothing sticking out, no low-hanging wires or open cabinets, just a flat concrete wall and a vending machine. I'd been skeptical before, but after that, I started to believe that maybe the old mechanic really was still hanging around. He didn't seem malicious, just ever-present, like someone who didn't realize they'd clocked out for good. So that was strange for sure, but it was also a long time ago. What happened to my husband recently, that's unsettled me in a different way. We live way out in the swamp, real remote. It's peaceful during the day, but at night, it gets dark. Swallow you whole dark. No neighbors in sight. No lights but the stars. You get used to the quiet out here, and when something interrupts it, you notice. My husband told me this a couple days ago. He'd been asleep. I was still up in the den reading, and he jolted awake to a knock at the front door. Not a pounding, but a soft, familiar knock. He said it was my knock, the exact rhythm I use when my hands are full and I want him to come open the door. Then, clear as day, he heard my voice. "Honey." He sat up, a little groggy, but something about it didn't feel right. He looked over the headboard toward the front door, which we can see from our bedroom window. No one was there. Porch light was on. No shadows, no movement. Now, I should add, there's nowhere to hide out there. It's open land between the house and the tree line, and our porch doesn't exactly offer cover. If someone were messing with us, we would have seen them, especially with the way sound travels out here. He got up to double-check the locks anyway, but the door was still bolted. I hadn't knocked. I hadn't even left my chair. And the voice, he swears it wasn't muffled or distant. It was like I leaned up to the door and said it through the wood. Same tone, same inflection, like something wanted to make sure he thought it was me. We don't have an explanation. He hasn't brought it up again since, and I haven't pressed. But I know him. He's not the type to scare easy, and he wouldn't make something like that up. I do think about it often, now that he told me. When we go to bed, I always think about it. And I wonder how it knew my knock, my voice, how it stood there, pretending to be me. It's all too creepy. Up until junior year of high school, I flew mostly under the social radar, stuck to my status as a nerd girl. But when I was 15, I joined varsity cheer. My school's cheerleaders weren't popular by definition, but everyone kind of knew who we were because we were on the announcements, performed at pep rallies, and generally engaged with students a lot. I made a lot of friends that year. Some of them happened to be the cool kids. For a while, I thought this was my long-awaited karma payoff for the years of bullying I'd suffered at their hands. I even developed a crush on one of them, a crush which the junior cheer captain herself volunteered to help me pursue. Homecoming is a big deal where I'm from, and I began to fantasize about my crush asking me to go with him. I'd heard rumors that he was planning a dramatic proposal, and as homecoming season approached, I became more and more sure that I would be his date. The junior cheer captain, who was close with him, kept dropping hints that I was right. One day at practice, she asked me what my favorite candy was, and I knew it would be so my crush would know what to give me. You can imagine my surprise when, after an exhausting theater rehearsal, I walked into the parking lot and was confronted by a guy I'd hardly spoken to. He was asking me to be his date. My theater friends all applauded, assuming I was overjoyed. I saw both of my parents in the parking lot, recording the whole surprise. But most importantly, the cool kids that I'd recently befriended. They were standing there, right behind him, egging him on. I didn't understand why, because he wasn't popular at all. In fact, he was known to be kind of creepy. The junior cheer captain was laughing, encouraging him to give me the box of my favorite candy he was holding. She definitely orchestrated the whole thing. I didn't really know the guy, but I didn't want to humiliate him in front of the coolest kids in school, so I faked a smile, rolled with it. I promised myself I'd deny him later, in private, so he wouldn't be embarrassed. Afterwards, when my parents excitedly asked me how I felt about the ordeal, I explained how uncomfortable it made me. I said that I got strong, creepy vibes from the guy. That didn't fly with my parents. My mother accused me of having expectations too high, and my father demanded to know, not for the first time, if I was secretly a lesbian. I had never had a boyfriend or shown much interest in dating. To make his case stronger, I'd just become best friends with the only openly gay girl our school had ever seen. Long story short, I knew if I shut down my date, I'd effectively declare war on my parents. However, I played my dad's protective instinct against him and persuaded him to let me friend-zone my date. After all, he knows how high school boys think, right? I text my date that night, explained that I only saw us as friends, but would still be happy to go to homecoming with him. He was very polite about it, although I could tell he was interested in me romantically. It seemed that we'd reached a deal until the next day at school, when one of my cheerleader friends referred to my date as my boyfriend. I corrected her, told her that we're just going to homecoming as friends. She seemed confused, told me that my date was telling anyone who'd listen I was his girlfriend. A few more of my friends approached me with similar comments, and I confronted my date about them. He denied all involvement, suggested that it was a rumor. I reminded him that we were just friends. I had zero romantic interest in him. He said he understood. I got a call from the junior cheer captain. She pretended to be sweet but conspiratorial, and I was still annoyed that she'd led me to believe my crush would ask me to homecoming. She began to attempt to persuade me that I was wrong to friend-zone my date. She said that she'd spent many afternoons planning his proposal with him, and she knew he was kind of creepy from afar, but he was sweet and caring underneath it all. I said, if he's such a catch, she should date him. Annoyed, she dropped the sweet act. She told me that I had to date him because he liked me so much and he'd gone to so much trouble to ask me to homecoming. I had to give him a chance because he'd gone out on a limb for me. I told her she was wrong and I didn't have to do anything I didn't want to do, and I owed him nothing. I ended up hanging up on her soon after that, but that was just the beginning. Starting the next Monday, he would corner me in the hallway, give me a rose that he held in his teeth. He usually did so in between my 6th and 7th periods, when my path through the hall crossed his. I was deeply uncomfortable with this, and I told him so, but he wouldn't stop. I took different routes to escape him, but the junior cheer captain and her posse, they made a point of tracking me down so he could find me elsewhere. Every time he did this, everyone in the area would treat it as a sweet, romantic gesture, despite my obvious discomfort. Wouldn't any girl be so lucky to have a boy so devoted to her that he gave her a rose every day? He was still telling everyone I was his girlfriend. The final straw for me was when he walked into a class that he wasn't in to find me and give me my daily rose. My teacher, who was friends with the junior cheer captain, let this happen. For weeks afterwards, she would ask me about my date every day. When he came in, I told him to get out, to leave me alone. His feelings were clearly hurt. He left looking like a kicked puppy. My classmates started calling me a cold, hard bitch. It didn't matter what I had to say about him. I was an ice queen, refusing this sweet boy's advances. Everyone in the school had decided that I was in love with him, and nobody cared what I had to say about it. My crush, who was part of the popular group, joined the cheer captain, pressuring me into returning my date's feelings. At every event where the cheerleaders were present, my date would push his way to the front of the crowd. He would go to great lengths to get my attention. At football games, he would wave a flag in the student section, so I'd look at him when we were cheering. The other girls would make comments on how endearing he was when he waited in the parking lot by our bus back to the school, just to hug me, tell me how great I did. I didn't know what else to do other than let this happen. I'd only recently ascended to a position of visibility, If I conflicted too hard with the cool kids who were so dead set on setting me up with this guy, I could be an outsider all over again. I hoped that if I just kept ranting to my real friends about how creepy he was and publicly let him do what he wanted, it would all blow over. My school had a 15-second attention span, so some scandal had to one-up me sooner or later. The truth emerged, as usual, in the locker room. It turns out the junior cheer captain had been telling him, my date, during their afternoons together, that I was into him. He'd come to her for help, announcing his crush on me. And she'd gone a step further and convinced him that I felt the same, despite the fact that I didn't even know his name. She'd lied to him for weeks prior to the homecoming proposal, and when I told her that was wrong, she didn't care. She told me I should be grateful because everybody was starting to think that I was gay. My best friend, the lesbian who was starting a gay revolution, and I felt inspired, spread a rumor that we were dating. After all, everyone already thought I was gay, right? But my date wasn't fazed. In fact, he told everyone that he'd just turned me straight again. Ew. 3 weeks after he asked me, it was finally homecoming night. Thanks to cheer obligations and a complete coincidence involving a switched backpack that left me without a dress, I ended up only attending the dance for half an hour. My date awkwardly stood on the side of the room while I danced my heart out to Mr. Brightside. I almost felt bad for him when, right at the end, the junior cheer captain appeared like a summoned demon to suggest that we slow dance the next opportunity. Thank God I escaped that one by walking to the DJ and suggesting he play Footloose. My date walked me out to the parking lot to wait for my mom to pick me up. While we waited for her to drive around, which took entirely too long because she still hoped I'd stop making a fuss and date him, he asked me out. I politely declined. He quickly stammered that we could go with a group of friends, like the junior cheer captain and my crush. I denied him again. I made it clear that we were only friends, and that I wasn't interested in romantic endeavors because I was too busy. That was actually true. I was in all advanced classes, varsity theater and cheer, worked part-time. A few days later, a teacher eloped to Vegas and nobody cared about my love life anymore. My date and I were distanced again by classes and activities and work. It appeared that everything was going back to normal. That Friday at the football game, my crush asked me to sit on his shoulders for the alma mater, kind of a romantic thing at my school. Overjoyed, I accepted. And I hoped this was the beginning of a new chapter for me. I ignored the frantically waving flag in the stands. Monday, my date stood on a chair in his second period class and announced that everyone should be wary of my crush because he would steal your girl. I heard everyone buzzing about it a few hours later, when someone called me a bitch, again, for breaking my date's heart. I knew I was being dramatic, but I decided not to go to lunch that day, terrified of running into him. I'm so glad that I didn't. Later, I saw on Snapchat that my date had carved my name into his arms with a pair of scissors. His bleeding arm was screenshotted and sent to me by 6 people, most of them demanding why I'd hurt him like this. He did it in the middle of lunch, in a crowded cafeteria, and somehow, no administration noticed or cared. The school was buzzing. My date was a broken-hearted victim, and I was the evil, secretly gay bitch who wouldn't give him a chance. I got so many dirty looks. By 5th period, I was ready to just walk out, but my good girl instincts kicked in. I decided to just tough it out for 2 more hours. Around that time, I got a panicked text from one of my cheer friends. While she'd initially been insistent that I date the creepy guy, she apparently changed her mind after the lunch incident. She told me that my date who was in her 5th period class, was going off the rails. He'd started out saying that he wanted to kill himself because I wouldn't love him. This had escalated to saying that he'd kill my crush for lying to me and stealing me away. Finally, he'd started talking about how he knew where I lived. My parents had given him my address when he initially wanted to ask me to the dance at my house, and he said he would make me pay for wronging him. I knew that after 6th period, our paths through the hall would cross. Since the beginning of this ordeal, the school had cracked down on students getting outside, and my alternate route to escape him was no longer an option. My class was at the far end of the hall, with nowhere to go but the central hub, and he would be coming from the other end of the hallway towards mine. I was stuck up a chimney, basically. Desperate, I texted the junior cheer captain to finish what she'd started, tell him that I was not and had never been interested in him. She'd made this mess, and I'd make sure that she had to clean it up. She said that she'd go to the counselor, but she didn't know what else to do. This was beyond her control now. For the first and only time, I skipped class. I hid out in the theater hall, waited for 7th period. I got a few texts during the passing period that my date was waiting for me by the bathrooms. There was a little alcove right before where you can't see people coming around the corner, and the thought of him hiding there, waiting for me to walk by alone, horrified me. Right before 7th period started, a few of my classmates burst in, cackling, proclaiming that my date was coming down here after school to kill my crush. They thought it was hilarious, but judging by the look on my crush's face, this wasn't a joke to him anymore. Our teacher brushed this off as typical theater drama. I watched the clock and tried not to cry, knowing that by the time the bell rang, my date would be outside, waiting for me and my crush to emerge. That day ended up being a work day, so my crush and I were able to escape the classroom, hide out elsewhere in the theater hall, just to get away from him. He opted for the black box theater. I went for the lighting closet. Obviously, I didn't witness what happened, but my best friend filled me in afterwards. Allegedly, my date had turned up 3 times before the bell rang, stood outside the classroom where we couldn't see him when we opened the door. He told everyone standing around that he was ready to have a knife fight with my crush. We don't know if he had a knife or not, but the idea that he might was enough to terrify me. His arm was wrapped in paper towels that he was bleeding through. My best friend told him that my crush and I were gone, but he didn't believe her. He stood outside for 25 minutes until the administrators began walking through to make sure that no one was in the school who shouldn't be. My date wasn't in theater, so he wasn't allowed to stick around. That night, I texted him that not only would I never date him, but could no longer even see a friendship between us. I sent him a number to a suicide hotline, told him to get help. Finally, I told him that he needed to learn what no meant, and I never wanted to speak to him again. He responded that he was sorry, asked if there was anything he could do to fix this. I told him no. I don't think he learned the meaning of that word after all, because the same pattern repeated itself a few months later on Valentine's Day, the next year at homecoming, senior year Valentine's Day, and prom. But those are other stories. I've since graduated, gone off to college, hundreds of miles away from him. My family back home moved from the address my parents gave him. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not gay. My crush, on the other hand, came out a few months later, and we were friends for the rest of high school. I'm working on handling romantic endeavors in a healthy way, but he got in my head. He was the first person to ever show interest in me. Ironically, the last time I saw him was my first and only homecoming game after graduating. But this time, I had true friends to defend me when he predictably tried to pull some weird stuff with me. The worst part, looking back, was somehow being at fault for everything. To this day, people from my high school reference the whole ordeal as that time you wouldn't date that poor shy kid. I can't even appreciate red roses anymore. So, homecoming date from hell. Let's not meet again. This is a very strange and mysterious experience that I still don't have an answer for. It all started one morning when I was on the way to college. I was in a bit of a daze waiting for the traffic light to change so that I could cross the road when suddenly a man appeared next to me and asked. Well, at the time, I was a 20-year-old college student and I didn't have any children. The man looked to me as if he was in his early 30s. Clearly, I wasn't his mom. It didn't make sense. Naturally, I was pretty surprised by his question. With a little laugh, I replied, I think you've got the wrong person. When he heard my answer, he kind of screwed his face up. It was as if he had been given some bad news, or he didn't believe what I had just said. His expression almost said, "Why are you lying?" I didn't like it. So the second the light turned green, I power walked away from him. Sorry if it's a little rude to say this, but I think he might have not been all there, you know. He could have been a few sandwiches short of a picnic. He was very skinny and wide-eyed. It looked as if he had been wearing the same shirt for days. It was only partially buttoned up. He had a rucksack over one shoulder, too. I'm pretty sure he wasn't homeless, though. Just a little odd. This was my first encounter with him, but I've seen him countless times over the years. He would wait for me every day by the traffic light. He'd ask, "No, I'm not," I'd reply. That's all he ever said. It was creepy, but I didn't feel like I needed to get the police involved. But then he started showing up in other places. He used to come to campus just to look for me. One day, it all got a bit too much for me. I was really stressed out with my studies and so sick of this weird guy following me around and asking that dumb question, so I yelled at him. I think I said something along the lines of, I guess said is putting it mildly. I think screamed might be more accurate. After that, I didn't see him again. A year later, I graduated and went back to living at my parents' house while I was looking for work. One night, I got a call from a friend who was still living near my college. She said that she saw my friend, and I knew she meant him. She said that even though a year had passed, he spoke to her and asked about me. He asked. She said he scared her, so she ran away. When she told me that, I didn't pay much attention to it. I just thought, oh, I remember that guy, and not much more. I didn't live there anymore, so I didn't care that much. But when I found a wilted carnation flower on my doorstep that year's Mother's Day, I started to get scared again. I instantly thought, it's him. After speaking about it with my dad, I went to the police. It was getting to be a little too much for me. The police said that there's no specific crime against leaving a flower on a doorstep. Also, I couldn't prove that it was him that had done it, and I wouldn't be able to give the police his name. I knew nothing about the guy. I wasn't happy with the outcome, but I understood it. But I couldn't help but feel anxious after that for a while. Several months went by, and the nights drew in, and the air grew colder. One snowy winter's night, I was taking a walk. I was walking the sidewalks of my city with no real plan in place. It was cold, but very scenic. I trotted carefully as there was a lot of ice and snow on the streets. Then, something happened. Something that would change my life forever. I heard the screech of tires. I turned to see a car skidding and colliding with other parked vehicles. I saw a pileup unfold in front of my eyes. I saw the unavoidable. A car came skidding towards me, and it was too late for me to get out of its way. I awoke after an unknown period of time, and I found myself wedged underneath a fallen tree and close to a car on its side. I hurt everywhere, and I couldn't move a muscle. I was likely in shock, too. My back felt as if it were frozen to the floor. I just felt like a dead weight. Pain pulsed through my body to the rhythm of my heartbeat. I felt so hurt and so helpless. Then, the car next to me went up in flames. I struggled against the weight of the tree, but it was no good. I was too hurt and too weak. I felt that it was the end for me. It was a terrifying realization. I heard a voice. I heard it as clear as a bell. The voice was calling. I heard that man's voice. Without a thought, I screamed back at him.
"Help me! I'm here! I'm here!"
He was covered in blood. It looked like he was involved in the same accident that I was. He heaved the falling tree off of my body and dragged me away from the flaming car. I watched as he dragged me through snow in amazement. I was wrestling internally with the rage of feelings and emotions. I was hurt, shocked, relieved, frightened, you name it. My injuries didn't look half as bad as his. I don't know how he was still moving. Maybe the adrenaline was keeping him going, or maybe it was his desire to rescue me. Who knows? Once we were a decent distance away from the wreckage, he looked at me, smiled, and then asked. I felt an indescribable feeling in that moment. Words couldn't ever do it justice. Without thought, I heard myself respond. Yes. I nodded slightly, and then I burst into tears. I cried more than I've ever cried in my life. I was positively wailing. I wiped my eyes clean. It took longer than normal because I was hurting. And when I looked up again, he was gone. In what felt like a split second, he was gone. I was alone, lying on the snow, with the strangest feeling deep in my heart. I haven't seen him in years. I don't know what he was, but I don't think he was a ghost or anything paranormal. He was as real as you or I. Sometimes, when it snows, I think about that time and I think about him. Memories of an unknown son. I hope he's doing okay, wherever he is. I am sad I never got to thank him. I heard something in my local bar that will stay with me for a long, long time. There's a regular who loves mountain climbing. He's pretty old now, and I guess he doesn't climb that much anymore. He's always been a pretty quiet man, but one cold winter's night, he suddenly started telling me his story. "Do you like the mountains?" he asked. "I do," I replied. "I'm more of a day tripper rather than a climber, I guess, though." "You don't go up in the mountains when the snow starts to thaw, do you?" I said that I didn't. I like snowy mountains, but I haven't ever been climbing when the snow and the ice is slippery. Seems too dangerous. Don't ever go when it thaws. he replied. He looked as if he was deep in thought. He said that when he was younger, he and a friend went for a hike when the snow was melting. They planned on staying the night in a lodge. He carefully picked out the right clothes and boots for the trip. The melting snow was going to make the climb harder, and precautions were necessary. You need good eye protection and a hat, because when the sun rises over you, it can burn and blind you. But since it was still cold and not yet spring, the biting cold can come back in the blink of an eye. The wind is just as harsh out there in the elements. He said that luckily the weather wasn't as bad as he thought it might have been. He and his friend were in good spirits, and the pair were making good time with their climb. They saw a group of people up ahead. The group was descending as they were ascending the mountain. When they drew closer, they offered a little greeting their way. There were 5 of them, and not one of them said a word. They didn't reply or even acknowledge the greeting. Well, they thought that was kind of rude since they literally walked straight past them. He noticed something about the clothing that the group was wearing. Some were dressed for warmer temperatures, and the others were dressed for colder temperatures. Some were wearing t-shirts and shorts, and others were wearing thick winter coats. He spoke with his friend and determined that because it was partly sunny and still cold, the clothing didn't seem that unusual. They carried on climbing until they reached the lodge. They went to check in, and the clerk said to them, "Oh, great. You know what? You'll have the run of the place to yourselves. There's no other bookings, and there aren't any other climbers today. Pretty lucky, huh?" The pair of them stood there, puzzled, because they'd just seen a group of people. They asked, "Does that mean that there are no other climbers, and there won't be any other climbers today?" "Well, yes. According to the owner of this lodge, the mountain's wide open. No one's here except us," the clerk replied. Well, they couldn't get their heads around that, because they'd just seen that group of 5. They spoke to the owner of the lodge a little later on in the day. They explained to him that they had seen a mixed group of hikers descending the mountain. The owner of the lodge looked visibly shaken by their story. He looked disturbed, yet not unfamiliar with the idea. He said that over the course of a year, there had been 5 fatalities due to either severe weather or injuries. He then said the following: "When the snow begins to thaw, that's when the victims make their way back home." So what my friend at the bar thinks he witnessed that day was something paranormal. Those 5 silent people who seemingly didn't acknowledge him and his friend, dressed in different clothing for different seasons. They could have been apparitions. That story creeped me out, so I wanted to share it. For me, there's always something mysterious about the mountains. My husband and I play music together, and in August 2017, we were on tour through Nevada and California. We decided after Reno that we'd drive through Yosemite to our next show in Fresno. We opted to take the arguably less scenic route, traveling down the California-Nevada border. By the time we made it to the 120 for Yosemite, it was dark. But since our van was our home and we didn't have to mess with the tent, we weren't that concerned. We figured we would just stop at the first campsite we saw along the route, park the van, and explore the next day. The further we go, the darker it seems to get. And for being one of the most populated national parks, it seems very dead. It's a little after 1 a.m., and while my husband continues to look for any sign of anything, I lean back and I start to doze off. While we slowly drive through these windy 2-lane forest roads, I feel the car slow to a stop. and the low music that we're listening to gets cut. I'm still leaning back, and I'm about to ask what's going on, but just as I started to speak, Ryan did too. Amanda, look, do you see that? I lean my seat up, and about 50 yards in front of us, partially lit by our headlights, is a figure standing on the side of the road, wearing all white. Shoulders square, head down, but facing the direction we're approaching. Ryan asks if I think it's a ghost, and I'm genuinely considering it a possibility. We haven't seen a town, a person, or even a car for hours. There's just no reason for a person to be out here, especially so close to the road. Ryan slowly releases his foot from the brakes, letting the van crawl forward towards the figure standing on the side of the road. When our headlights cast a full light onto the entity, it's about 25 yards in front of us when Ryan leans pressure back on the brakes. It's a man, barefoot, wearing a white button-up shirt and flowy, taekwondo-esque looking pants. His stoicism is unbroken as we approached. We just stared at him, and he stared back at us. Clean-cut, shaggy brown hair, mid-20s or 30s. He no longer resembled a ghost. The bottom cuffs of his pants were torn and dirty, and I thought that I could see a shadow behind him in the light. His hand wasn't outstretched as if he was hitchhiking, nor did he have any belongings with him. I don't know if he was even looking at us or just through us, like he was standing with his attention fixed, with or without a van shining its beams in his face, like his eyes, they didn't even squint when the light hit. Something felt so off. I remember saying my husband's name out loud in a tone that definitely conveyed concern. I know I wanted to speed up and get past this man. Without a word, Ryan hits the gas, and we zip past him. We both had goosebumps the remainder of that drive, and I was wide awake for the rest of it too. We drove for a while without stopping, but eventually we made ourselves turn into a campground, opting for a spot underneath what seemed to be the only streetlight in the entire place. If you're entering the park from the east, this was just before Tioga Pass, right before the east entrance of Yosemite. I was walking with my friend on a hiking trail. About a few hours into it, we noticed something in the distance. Because it was so far away, we weren't really able to get a good look at it. At first, we thought it was an animal. But then it stood up on its hind legs like a person. My friend and I noticed it was covered in what looked like dark fur. It was either that or some kind of costume. We both thought that maybe somebody was playing a trick on us, but that didn't really make any sense. We were kind of in the middle of nowhere, and there's no way that the person would know that we'd spot him from so far away. My friend and I at that point just thought maybe it was some crazy person, but while we were trying to figure out what we were seeing, whatever it was, all of a sudden started running on all fours on the hiking trail towards our direction. Even though it kind of spooked us, we weren't really too concerned at the time. Whatever that thing was would need to travel a couple of miles along the hiking trail to get to us, and in between us and that thing was a canyon that was too deep and steep to cut through. So my friend and I figured that we'd be done hiking the trail before the animal could even reach us. However, about half of an hour later, as we traveled up the trail, we all of a sudden saw the animal again. But this time, it was on a lower part of the trail that was only about a couple 100 yards away. We couldn't believe our eyes. For it to have reached where it currently was, that meant it either found a shortcut through the forest or it had traveled several miles in different terrain in the span of 30 minutes. At that moment, we realized that we were in danger. So we wasted no time. We started running for our lives and didn't stop until we arrived at the tourist resort at the end of the trail. From there, we just took a cab back to our car that was parked miles away at a camping ground. To this day, we still don't really know what it was. People said it was the dog man, and I wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't for the fact that I saw it with my own eyes. I'll never leave the apartment door unlocked again. 2 stories here. The second story is a little creepier. I, a 23-year-old female, grew up in a rural area in Ontario. It was the kind of place where you never lock the doors because you know everyone in town. The all-too-trusting small-town mentality, it stayed with me once I moved to a big city for university. I got an apartment in the student area with a college nearby and plenty of bars within walking distance. I lived with a guy friend, Roddy, who was a few years older than me from the same small town. I would usually go to the bars with friends on the weekends and stumble home by myself around 2 a.m. One night, on my way home, my neighbor, Kyle, and I met in the hallway, both headed to our own places. He was also drunk and so good-looking. He said hello and invited me inside. I ended up staying the night with him. He was nice, and it was a fun night, if not a little awkward. We didn't exchange numbers, and it didn't seem like we cared for anything to come of it, so I went home in the morning, and that was that. Fast forward to 2 days later. I was asleep in my bed. My roommate was half asleep on the couch with the TV on. He heard a sound that might have been the door creaking open, but he ignored it in his tired state. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes to see a naked man standing in front of him, lifeless and staring into his eyes. It was Kyle. Roddy tried to talk to him and ask him what he was doing here, but he didn't respond. Roddy ran to my room and said, I think Kyle is here to see you. So I followed him out into the living room, and I saw a completely naked Kyle staring at us with the most serious and concentrated eyes I'd ever seen. I tried to talk to him and ask him to leave, but once again he didn't respond. Instead, he went into our kitchen, opened the fridge. He proceeded to take out our butter, and he started smearing it all over his face and chest, saying nothing, and still with a completely serious look on his face. Roddy and I ran to my bedroom to talk about what to do. While we were in my room, Kyle walked down the hallway that led to us, and he stood in the dark right before the light of my room could reach him. All I could see was his silhouette, and he started whispering, saying hi, followed by my name. Hi, my name, repeatedly. Roddy and I ended up calling the police, staying in my room until they came and took him back to his house. They said that he must have been on drugs, but probably wasn't a threat. I agreed. I didn't think he was a threat, but I didn't sleep well that night, knowing that he's just a thin wall away from us in his apartment. I talked to Kyle about a week later. He had no memory of doing this, but he did call 911 on himself and got an ambulance to the hospital the next morning because he had severe sunstroke. So it was likely sunstroke-induced delirium. He's okay now, thankfully. So, the second story. We'd forgotten to lock our doors another time. I was at work and Roddy was at home. I got a text from him that said, "Please get home. Someone is here, and I think you must know them because I don't." So, I took an early lunch and I came home to see what was going on. There was a man with greasy black hair so long it nearly reached his elbows, and he was pacing back and forth in our living room. Before I even got a chance to speak to him, I realized he wasn't mentally present. He would alternate between screaming at the top of his lungs like he was being murdered, and then he would cry and say things like, "I can feel the pain and suffering of everyone in the world. I can hear the voices of the poor and tormented in my brain begging me to help them. I can't stand this suffering. Nobody understands my powers and ability to know what everyone is thinking." I would chime in politely to ask, "Do you know where you are?" Or, "What is your address? I can help you get home." And then he would just scream at us because this was his house and he wasn't leaving, and he wanted us to stop, quote-unquote, judging him. After about 10 minutes of him rambling and pacing, he said his address to us, which is actually the neighboring apartment where Kyle lives. I knew Kyle had a roommate that I met, John, but apparently this was their third roommate. I went to his door and knocked, and thankfully the roommate, John, opened the door. He came to retrieve the rambling man. Later that night, John knocked on our door. I opened it to see him holding a bottle of wine. He wanted to thank us for handling the situation well, making sure that he got home. Apparently, the man had recently been in a mental hospital and left on his own accord, walked into the wrong apartment. His parents, they came and got him, and he's back in the hospital, safe and sound. A few years ago, my boyfriend and best friend of 4 years had just dumped me. I was using this website, Meet Me, to meet people in my area while I was in college. My profile clearly stated that I was not explicitly looking for anyone to date, just wanted to meet new people. I had just been dumped, so I was really trying to put myself out there, and I'm not really the type to go out. In my area, there's a giant dance-a-thon that my university puts on every year to raise money for a children's hospital. I had someone message me and ask if I'd heard of it. I told him that my dance team usually performed at it every year. He told me he was actually one of the children that was supported by the event when he was younger. I thought that was really cool, so I asked him a little about his experience with that and genuinely thought it was interesting. After a while, that conversation was kind of dead and I didn't really have much else to say. Plus, it was getting late and I kind of wanted to go to bed. I told him so, and after about 10 minutes of laying in my bed, trying to sleep, I got another notification. I glanced at it real fast, and this dude had honestly sent me a novel. After this event, I swiftly deleted the account, so unfortunately, I don't have access to the exact messages. So I'm going to do my best to remember. The first one went a little something like, "Look, I'll be honest. I really want to keep talking to you. In fact, I'd actually really like to take you out on a date sometime. You seem like a really nice girl and very sweet and interesting. I think we would get along extremely well. I'm kind of alone in this world." Insert long-winded commentary about his loneliness here. He also didn't use any punctuation, so it took me a long time to dissect this. I responded and told him I wasn't interested. He was about 7 years older than me. I was 20 at the time. I tried to say goodnight again. Then he responded with another novel, along the lines of, "I don't think you understand. You're perfect to me. You were made for me. I'm sure of it. God speaks to me, you know. God wants us to be together, and we will be. One day, you'll be mine." I'm trying to be polite because he was so nice earlier, and I guess I'm naive. I don't totally know, but I kept responding, trying to let him down easy. Some more highlights. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but God has decided this. Who are we to deny him of his plan? Someday in the future, we'll end up together. You'll realize it soon. And things like, we're going to have 3 children. I know their names. 2 boys, 1 girl. God spoke their names to me. I wrote them down when I was 7 years old, and I still have that paper. Do you know how I know you're going to be my wife? Because I wrote your name down with it. You'll be my wife. Don't make a mistake. God is talking to me now. He's saying your name to me. I can't let you leave. At this point, I blocked and reported him. Noped the hell off that site, and I went to bed all creeped out. Morning came, and he had found me on Facebook, and he was going on and on and on, starting with comments along the lines of, "Where did you go? How could you do this to me? You're denying our fate." He did it all night. I freaked out, told him to leave me alone pretty aggressively, and blocked him. I deleted all of the social media apps off of my phone for the next few days. I asked my roommates to stay at home with me. They agreed after I told them what happened. I was actually genuinely afraid that this dude was going to come and find me. I mean, he was local, and I had made nice conversation by telling him my major and some clubs that I was in. He could have showed up anywhere. But thankfully, he didn't. And that was the end of that. So, creepy, meet me, dude. Let's not meet. This story isn't personally mine. I came in after the fact. I'm a custodial supervisor for about 30 employees at a college. I have this one employee who's a skeptic. She doesn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. She'd made this very clear on several occasions. I had her cover the library for a week when someone was on vacation. So it wasn't a building she spent a lot of time in before. But she still knew enough at the time that she was fine on her own. One morning, around 4:30 a.m., she calls and asks, "What time did the staff start to show up here?" I go on to tell her they start to show up between 7 and 8 a.m. I could then tell that she was flustered by her reply. "No, you're wrong. They're here now. Someone's in the bathroom. They're in there making noise, walking around, flushing the toilets. I hear them." I'm like, "Yeah, no one should be in there. Go in and see." "No, I'm not going in there. Get over here and tell them to get out," was her response. So I'm like, "Okay, I'll be there in 2 minutes. I'll stop by." I get there, and she's standing in front of the bathroom, and she's yelling at me to go in and tell this person to get out of the bathroom, that they shouldn't be down there. I walk in the bathroom, check every stall, come out of the bathroom, and I look her in the eye, and I tell her, "Nope, no one's in there." She then accused me of lying, said that there's no way, said that she'd been standing in front of the door the whole time, and she didn't see anyone leave. And she heard the same noises till right before I got there. I told her to relax. It wasn't a big deal. There was no one in there at all. That it was more than likely the normal library ghost. Of course, at first, this didn't get me anywhere. She still didn't really believe that no one was in there. I then went on explaining to her why I say it was a ghost. Years ago, in the 70s or 50s, I won't lie, I can't remember which now, they'd been doing some work on the elevator. Unfortunately, a little girl who was in the library with her father fell down and died at the bottom. So basically, the basement. I even showed her the plaque that was for the little girl. The bathroom that she heard everything in was in the basement, right across from the elevator, no more than 10 feet from where the little girl died. This happened a couple of years ago, and just last month, the same employee was going on about ghosts not being real, and then I reminded her about her time in the library. And then she admitted that every time she's in that building, cleaning in the morning, she makes a point to tell them not to bug her, to leave her alone, or they have to help her work. Though she still sticks to the same, they don't exist. Last night I was finishing up a YouTube video as I got into bed. When it ended, I set my alarm and leaned over to plug in my phone. When I rolled back, I noticed a foggy mass above my body. It was black and partially transparent, but it felt heavy and dense, like a very negative energy mass. I immediately sat up and felt a head rush like I was on drugs. It kept growing stronger, and multiple different frequencies began to loudly ring in my ears. There were at least 3 different pitches, and no, it wasn't just my tinnitus. I'm very aware of what those episodes are like. These frequencies were layered over one another. It felt like something was trying to communicate with me. I turned on the light, went to the bathroom, and tried saying, "If anything is trying to contact me, I can't hear what you're saying. I feel sick, and this isn't making any sense, so please stop." But it didn't stop. I checked the locks on the doors before returning to bed, and once the lights were off again, I felt the same negative energy vacate my room. As I laid there, feeling sick, I began to pray, asking God for help. I repeated, "Please do not allow negative energy into this house." For 5 minutes, as I envisioned a white light cleansing every room as it grew brighter and brighter. After that, the energy completely shifted. The negativity, along with the ringing, was gone, and I didn't feel nauseous anymore. My efforts were paying off, and after a few more minutes, I started to feel warm, positive energy. One last detail. I have the washer and dryer in my room because that's the only hookup spot. Last night, my roommate was doing laundry, so I planned to ask if he was having negative thoughts or feelings at the time. I can't control his energy, but I can explain it to him for the next time. This probably sounds crazy, but I've been having experiences like this my entire life. I'm currently 28, but as a child, I heard voices, I saw shadows often. As an adult, I've had extremely similar situations to the one I just described. That's how I knew what to do. At a younger age, I would have simply fallen asleep terrified with the negative energy in my room. I lived in Michigan, Tennessee, and Florida over the past 10 years. I've had the craziest experiences in Tennessee. Michigan comes in as a close second. But there were almost none in Florida, which is interesting since I lived alone in that instance. Maybe I'm just sensitive to other people's energy. Has anyone ever had a similar experience? Every time I tell my friends or family, they just can't relate. Thanks for taking the time to read this. I hope others with similar situations will find this thread and see that they aren't alone. Some people are simply more sensitive to these occurrences. This story is unfortunately true. I grew up in the Sierra Nevadas. I wasn't big on camping, but spent a good chunk of my childhood weekends hiking with family and friends. The summer that I was 16, about 10 years ago now, my cousin C had come back from her first year of college, and her boyfriend Jay was visiting. Jay wanted to go on a hike with lake views, and C and I knew just the one. It was one of our favorites. The 3 of us set off on this hike. The trail isn't the easiest to find, but it it's really popular with locals because of the views and general lack of tourists. We saw just a couple of hikers with some dogs. It is an in-and-out trail that takes about 2 or 3 hours to the top, 2 or 3 hours back down. There are some smaller trails that branch off. We make it to the top in good time, enjoy our lunches overlooking the lake. After about an hour, we hear a scream in the distance, specifically a mountain lion scream. If you've ever heard a mountain lion scream, it's really unnerving. It sounds a bit like a very loud, terrified woman screaming. This is not good, because when a mountain lion screams, it's part of a mating ritual. And that means that there are multiple mountain lions, and close. The bears in the Sierras are softies, but the mountain lions will attack you. And they'll attack your pets. They've even been known to attack bikers. Jay was really freaked out. C and I were wary, but it wasn't the first time that we'd heard mountain lions. And we had both seen them before. There was also an incident where, as kids, we laid out some expensive steak in my backyard in hopes of luring a mountain lion to take pictures of it. It did not work, and my mother was pretty unhappy about the steaks. C and I tell Jay that we need to pack it up and get back down the mountain. About 40 minutes into the hike back, Jay realized that he forgot his phone at the lookout in his rush to leave. Of course, we decided that C and Jay would hike back up to retrieve his phone, and I would stay there, on the trail, to warn any other potential hikers that there are lions in the area. This is obviously not ideal for any of us, but seemed like the best choice at the time. I found a nice rock to sit on by the trail and was going through the pictures we took. C and Jay had been gone for around 50 minutes when I heard the scream again. And it's hard to tell, but I think it's closer than before. I start to freak out because being alone is not good if the lion is nearby. About 20 minutes after that, I hear the scream again, and there is now zero doubt that it's closer. Logically, I know that lions don't scream when hunting. They're quiet. If a lion was hunting me, I wouldn't know it. That knowledge did not make me less scared. A couple of minutes after that, I hear it again, extremely close by. I'm looking around and trying to find the best place for me to stand, back covered, in case of the worst. Suddenly, I see something out of the corner of my eye. Standing still, 20 feet down the trail, a couple of feet off of it, is a man. He's completely naked. He's filthy. He's skinny. And he's just standing there, looking at me. If you don't know where you're going, it's easy to get lost in the woods around there. And it doesn't take long, being alone, lacking food and water in the wilderness, to make people a little disoriented, a little crazy. My immediate response is that this man is probably a lost hiker. And judging by how dirty he was, he'd been lost a long time. He needs help. I started walking towards him, asking if he's okay. I suddenly get this feeling of wrongness. I don't know how else to describe it, but the hair stood up on my neck. I stopped in my tracks, maybe 15 feet away now, and I had the overwhelming urge to run. It seemed wrong. He looked wrong in a way I can't quite articulate. Instead of wanting to help, I'm now scared. I ask again if he's okay. He looks at me, then opens his mouth wide and screams. Not a normal scream. he screamed, so loudly. Worse, it sounded just like the mountain lion. It occurred to me that we were probably hearing him the whole time. It was the single most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. I started screaming too. Why was he just standing there screaming? Do I run? Do I get out my bear mace? Suddenly, he closed his mouth, turned around, and ran into the woods very quickly. He disappeared into the trees, but the feeling of wrongness, it was still with me. I considered bolting down the trail, but decided to wait for C and J, who luckily arrived around 10 or 15 minutes later. I told them what happened, and we decided to call it into the Rangers when we got service. I've always been left with this unsettling question. Did I see a mentally ill, lost hiker who really needed my help? Or did I see something else? Something not human, mimicking the call of a mountain lion and stalking us down the mountain. In June of 1972, a woman appeared in Cedars-Sinai Hospital in nothing but a white, blood-covered gown. Now, this in itself should not be too surprising, as people often have accidents nearby and come to the nearest hospital for medical attention. But there were two things that caused people who saw her to vomit and flee in terror. The first being that she wasn't exactly human. She resembled something close to a mannequin, but had the dexterity and fluidity of a normal human being. Her face was as flawless as a mannequin's, devoid of eyebrows and smeared in makeup. There was a kitten clamped in her jaws so unnaturally tight that no teeth could be seen, and the blood was still squirting out all over her gown and onto the floor. She then pulled it out of her mouth, tossed it aside, and collapsed. From the moment she stepped through the entrance to when she was taken to a hospital room and cleaned up before prepped for sedation, she was completely calm, expressionless, and motionless. The doctors thought it best to restrain her until the authorities could arrive, and she didn't protest. They were unable to get any kind of response from her, and most staff members felt too uncomfortable to look directly at her for more than a few seconds. But the second the staff tried to sedate her, she fought back with extreme force. 2 staff members had to hold her down as her body rose up on the bed, and with that same blank expression, she turned her emotionless eyes toward the male doctor and did something unusual. She smiled. As she did, the female doctor screamed and let go out of shock. In the woman's mouth were not human teeth, but long, sharp spikes. Too long for her mouth to fully close without causing any damage. The male doctor stared back at her for a moment before asking, "What in the hell are you?" She cracked her neck down to her shoulder to observe him, still smiling. There was a long pause. The security had been alerted and could be heard coming down the hallway. As he heard them approaching, she darted forward, sinking her teeth into the front of his throat, ripping out his jugular, and letting him fall to the floor, gasping for air as he choked on his own blood. She stood up and leaned over him, her face coming dangerously close to his as the life faded from his eyes. She leaned closer and whispered in his ear. The doctor's eyes filled with fear as he calmly watched her walk away to greet the security men. His last ever sight would be watching her feast on them, one by one. The female doctor who survived the incident named her the Expressionless. There was never a sighting of her again. Let me start this out by saying I'm a pretty average guy with no history of mental health issues and no inkling of a doubt about what I'm hearing. Every other night for the past year, around 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., when I go downstairs for a snack, I hear this disturbing noise. I cannot remember when it started. I just remember the feeling I felt when I first heard it. I'll sit down at my dining room table and hear a familiar sound to a cow dying, an ominous low-pitched scream. It sounds like it's coming from above me, which is odd because my family is all asleep at this point. I've checked to see if it could be something with my pipes, my appliances, my house shifting, a family member's really demented snoring. No luck. I wish it was one of those things, but I've got no reasonable explanation. I've tried to catch the sound on camera for the past couple of weeks, but every time I hear it, the video doesn't pick it up. I hold my phone as close to the sound as can be, to no avail. It seems like the sound is something only I can hear. When I start to hear it, it goes on randomly for as long as I'm downstairs, and only when I'm downstairs. I've tried literally everything to get it to happen when I have a friend over or when my family is over, but it just doesn't happen. The only thing that seems to react to it is my beagle. My beagle will stand downstairs and growl at it while looking at the ceiling. My dog has taken to waking up in the middle of the night and howling. This sounds average for a beagle, but my dog is very stoic and rarely barks. Now, she'll growl at the door while I'm trying to sleep. House haunted, beagle, coincidence. I'm genuinely going nuts. I don't know, but hopefully the ghost is a chill dude. So I'll start off by saying that I'm Native American. So for me, a lot of weird and creepy crap happens. But I'm going to start with the first one I remember. It was summer. I was about 6 or 7 years old, and I was running around with no shoes on in my grandma's yard. As I was playing in the yard, I hear my grandma call my name from the woods. "Comet!" I stood there confused. I didn't see my grandma go into the woods, but she called again. "Comet!" I call back to her. "Granny, where are you?" She responds with my name again. I respond back. "Hold on, let me put my shoes on." I run inside to go get my shoes on. As the door opens and I sit down to put them on, my grandma walks out of the kitchen and tells me my lunch is almost ready. I stare at her, and she notices, asking me, "What's wrong?" I ask her if she was just in the woods. She shakes her head, and I tell her that she just called me from the woods. My grandma walks to the door as I say that, closes it, locks it. She says to me, by far the creepiest thing for a kid to hear. If someone calls your name from the woods, never go to it. I said okay, and she says, "Don't go back outside." I don't know what I heard that day, but since that day, I've heard my mom's voice, dad's, brothers, sisters, grandpas, aunts, uncles, friends, even my freaking unborn cousin at the time. I don't know what does that, but I'm scared, and I'll never go into the woods looking for it. When my daughter was 2, I was having a tough time as a single mother and decided to take a road trip up Highway 1. I made reservations in Trinidad at a cool cabin in the woods within walking distance of the beach. Before I left, my stepfather gave me a loaded .38 revolver, which I stored under the driver's seat. Sometime after driving through San Francisco, it was very late and dark and nobody was on the highway. My daughter was sleeping peacefully in her car seat next to me. Back then, you could legally have car seats in the front. I noticed a car coming up behind me and passed, but then slowed down, driving alongside me. I sped up and slowed down, but I couldn't shake him. I looked over and this guy had his interior light on and was furiously gesturing for me to pull over. I knew I had to find a safe place. There was nobody else on the road, and I was running low on gas. There was just nothing on this highway for miles. I kept driving, but this guy would not leave me alone. I was getting very frightened, but the mama bear was coming out, and I was getting very angry as well. I knew he could see my kid, who was still sleeping. Finally, there was an exit up ahead and a gas station in the middle of nowhere, so I took the exit, with the guy closely following me. I wasn't sure what to do. The gas station was brightly lit, but had no customers. I didn't feel that it was safe to pull in, so I slowly passed it. Drove further into the dark, deserted landscape, and pulled into a large dirt area, and drove quite a ways off the highway, with him following. Absolutely nothing around. I knew that I was in big trouble, and I needed to take control. I wanted to put him in a vulnerable situation. Mama Bear was in full protective mode, and I was pissed. I stopped the car, grabbed the gun, and jumped out, locking the car behind me. As he pulled up, I ran around to the passenger's side and waited. He then got out of his car and quickly moved towards me, and I suddenly held the gun up, visible in the moonlight. He came to a halt, surprised, and I then leveled the gun across the car, taking aim, and waited. He stood there, weighing his options, and then turned around, got back in his car, and left. Not a word was spoken. Totally freaked me out. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, I lived in a weird house. It had some serious history with what it had been and how it was built. The house itself was built in 1910, and sometime around 1940, the front of the house was expanded with a large storefront style at the front end. It was added and turned into a repair shop of some kind. When the expansion to the house happened, they extended the basement. The basement was one long corridor about 60 feet, but this is where it got weird. In the early 60s, it went from being a repair shop to an underground brothel. And the basement had a whole line of rooms on the left-hand side that were big enough for a twin bed and a night table. There were 7 rooms like this, each the same as before in design. At the very end of the basement was one larger room, which was about the size of a king-size bed, to give a visual image. Along the main corridor were pillars in the middle of the walkway outside of each of the rooms, and they all had large loops, like you would find for tying up horses or cattle. but the house had no history of being a farm-based house. In the early 70s, there was a man who killed 7 of the working ladies at the brothel and then killed himself. The city obviously shut it down at this point, and it was sold later to be turned into a concert hall in the storefront-style area in the front. So, needless to say, the house was interesting at best, but for a bunch of 17 and 18-year-olds, it was the most fucking lit place to rent. It was a constant party house, but it was ours. The front area we turned into a lounge with a crap load of couches and tables for doing what teens do best in the first place. In the end, the house was paid for by me and 3 other friends. Before living here, I didn't believe in ghosts or any of that. But after living in that house, the events to this day, I don't fully know how to explain them. It all started out where the unexplained things, we just thought that they were somebody else in the house. One day, my friends and I were all sitting in the back room of the house when we heard a loud crash. We looked out to see the light in the kitchen strobing, and our ferret, who we keep in a cage in the kitchen dining area, was screaming. We heard another slam, and we could see his cage in the light slide past the doorway. We obviously run to find out what the fuck is going on, but when we entered the kitchen, there was nothing there, just our little dude freaking the fuck out. We couldn't ever figure out what was going on, but when this happened, it got us all talking about our own events. Over the course of the next few months, we started to gain a feeling for each of the spirits that shared the house with us. I don't know how to put it, but we felt that there were at least 2 good, warm-feeling spirits, and one very angry and violent one. We started having physical interactions with them, which to this day, I can't fully explain other than what felt like a warm hand on your shoulder kind of experience. And then the other, which resulted in what looked like burns and scratches. When we lived here, we had a set of 3 paintings that made up one painting. When we put them on the wall in the correct order, they would get ripped off the wall sometimes. We'd come home to them on the other side of the room, and other times it would happen with us watching, like when we were sitting around drinking or whatever else. Now, if we put them up in the wrong order, nothing ever happened to them. In the end, they lived in the wrong order for this reason. We had a number of stereos in the house, and they would all go to white noise after listening to them. These were the old style with the knobs to change the stations around, so we ended up taping them in place. But they would just sometimes go to white noise anyway. After living here for 2 years, we gave names to them. We named them Rose and Jill, for what we can only assume were the 2 working girls, and Henry, the killer, we think. We dubbed him the mean one, the one that would inflict pain and anger to the rooms. Henry would also slam doors and cupboards, sometimes throw plates and glasses. When we would take showers, the mirrors would show handprints in the condensation, and we would hear what sounded like a faint woman talking when no one else was home. One night, my friend and I were throwing a Nerf football back and forth. The ball bounced and hit a large white vase. It was in the house when we moved in. It fell over and crashed on the floor into pieces. We felt like this must have made Henry angry because both of us felt burns or scratches on our back. The raised welt kind of scratches. And his activity levels skyrocketed for the next week or so. I don't really know what brought me to type all of this out, but in the end, it felt therapeutic to tell someone for the first time outside of my friend circle about these events. So Thanks for reading. This is one of my favorite personal stories, since everything turned out all right. But I still get chills thinking about how many different ways the night could have gone wrong. A few years ago, my friend Jane and I took a trip to Portland, Oregon. We're both from the south side of Chicago, and Jane was feeling pretty jaded with the city. She was convinced everything was better on the West Coast, including the people. So, we flew out to Portland and rented a car, which we named Veronica. The day before we were supposed to fly back home, we took Veronica for a drive up to Aberdeen, Washington, to see Kurt Cobain's childhood home. After that, we drove down the coast, sightseeing along the way. We visited Astoria, Oregon, to see the house from the Goonies, and ended the day at Cannon Beach to check out Haystack Rock. All in all, it was a pretty nice day. Once it started to get dark, we decided to head back to our hotel, which is just under 2 hours away. I knew that I needed gas, so I told Jane to stop at the first gas station we see. Cannon Beach is a small resort-type town, a lot of little shops and restaurants, but I didn't see any gas stations. Being from the city, I'm used to seeing two on every corner. So I wasn't really worried. I expected to find one soon. I'm completely unfamiliar with the area, so I keep following the GPS's instructions while talking to Jane. Next thing I know, we're not in any type of town. We're on a dark, winding road, surrounded by trees. At this point, I'm getting a little worried. I pull over to the side of the road to use the GPS to search for the nearest gas station. It tells me there's one about a mile down the road. Awesome. I'll get some gas and we'll be set. So I'm driving in the car. Veronica tells us that we've arrived at our destination. I pull into a completely dark and empty gas station. We're still surrounded by woods and darkness. As far as I can tell, there's nothing around for miles. According to Veronica, we have about 10 miles worth of gas, and the nearest gas station is 30 miles away. Jane and I are sitting there, trying to figure out what to do, when another car pulls in. I keep going on about my business. I don't really pay attention to the other car. I just assume that they need gas too. Out of the corner of my eye, I see someone gesturing to me. After some hesitation, I crack the window to see what they want. There's a middle-aged man and his wife in the car. He starts asking us all kinds of questions. Need to fill up? Coming from the beach? Driving back to Portland? I keep my answers polite but short. Then, he tells us that he actually owns the gas station we're at, but doesn't make enough money to keep it open that late. He tells us that he knows of a Chevron about 3 miles away and gives us directions for it. He gave us his number and says to give him a call in case we don't make it to Chevron. My name is Sam the mechanic. Let me know if you don't make it and I'll come rescue you ladies. We thank him profusely and head out. Jane's going on and on about how nice that was and how that would have never happened in Chicago. I agreed. That was very nice, if odd, of him. Strange that he happened to be driving past his gas station at the same time we pulled in, but whatever. I make a joke about him calling his buddy at the gas station saying, "I'm sending 2 women your way." We make it to the Chevron, and this kid, 18 or 19 years old, comes out to pump our gas. He asks us how we're doing and then says, "There's a lot of weirdos out tonight." Jane and I look at each other. I let out a small laugh and say, "Told you." I turn back to the kid and I ask him what he means. He tells me this story about how his brother owes some drug dealer a ton of money, and now he's hiding somewhere nearby. He's planning on kicking the shit out of him once he gets off his shift. I can tell Jane is getting uncomfortable with the building and the weirdness of the night. So, I give the kid a good tip, wish him luck, and start driving again. At one point during our conversation, Jane calls Sam the mechanic and leaves him a voicemail. She tells him that we made it to the gas station and how much we appreciate his help. I thought the call was unnecessary, but it is what it is. A few minutes later, we're on the highway, and we're about 10 minutes from the hotel. Jane's phone rings, and it's Sam. Again, she thanks him profusely. He asks her where we're from and when we're flying home. He tells her his name is Sam Glesty, and he wrote a book called Wrongfully Accused. We should read it when we're on a plane ride home. This piqued my interest. Jane, you have to look up that book to see what it's about. She Googles it. Then she goes limp, and she looks like she's going to puke. What is it? I ask. He was accused of being the Green River killer. Immediately, she starts freaking out. He has my number now. Back at the hotel, we do some more digging. Apparently, a victim of the Green River serial killer picked Sam out of a lineup. However, the real killer was caught and convicted based on DNA evidence. But around the same time in the 70s, Sam was convicted and served time for abducting and assaulting a young woman in the area that we were in. The book he wrote was about all of that. We ended up stuck in Portland for 2 more days due to a snowstorm in Chicago. It was a weird, tension-filled 2 days. Considering the circumstances and weirdness of that night, things could have gone horribly wrong. I'm glad all I got out of that night was a story. The other day, while walking down the street, just for a normal walk, I passed by a man that was sitting down on a bench. He was mumbling something, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. The look on his face was terrifying. He looked tired and scared at the same time. I approached him and asked if he needed something. He wasn't even acknowledging me. I waited a few more seconds to see if there was any reaction from him, but nothing. I decided to leave when I felt someone grabbing my hand tight. I looked back and I saw the man looking at me with horror in his eyes. I was scared for my life because I didn't understand what he wanted. He said to me, "Please, take her with you." Not knowing what he was talking about, I asked, "Take who?" He then showed me a doll that he had with him at his side, but I hadn't seen her there before. Anyway, I just wanted to leave that place and go straight home. I took the doll and I left. I could have left her somewhere, but she was in a good state. I didn't want to just throw her away in the garbage, so I took it home with me. Later in the evening, I was on my laptop doing some work when I heard a noise coming from the kitchen. Footsteps, to be exact, but I live in a small condo on the 3rd floor with only one entrance. Since I'm working in the living room, which has a clear view to the main door, it would hardly be an intruder. I went to the kitchen, sure of myself, and I saw the doll on the ground. I forgot that I had left her in there on the chair after dinner. I picked her up and I took her to the living room, just dropped her on the couch and kept working. I worked until late in the night, and before going to bed, I took a look at the doll one more time, and something was different. Her position seemed different from the one I'd left her in before in the evening. Maybe I was just tired. I left her there and I went to sleep. In the morning, I woke up with a terrible feeling. I'd been dreaming of something scary, a dark figure that was close to my bed. Did I just suffer sleep paralysis? It felt so real. I couldn't understand what the figure was, but it was dark and it made the room feel narrow. It's so hard to explain what this was. I got up and tried to do some work again, but before I reached the computer, as I passed the couch where I left the doll the previous night, I realized she wasn't there. Now, I was scared. I remembered leaving her on the couch. I saw it before going to sleep. I looked everywhere to see if there was someone in my house. Was someone playing games with me? I could only think about an intruder in my house. While I stood there in the middle of the living room, breathing heavily and looking everywhere, I listened to a noise coming from the basement door. I saw the door opening as it made a creaking sound. A horror cliche, I know, but it happened, and it was the scariest moment of my life. I approached the door, and I looked down the stairs. Dark as night down there. But after some time looking down, my vision started adapting, and I could see at the bottom. The doll was on the ground. I closed the door immediately. Whoever or whatever was downstairs, I didn't want to see it. But something started happening around me. The rooms were getting darker. Like day was becoming night. I was in complete panic until I was transported back to my bed. Was I dreaming? Having a nightmare? I couldn't move again. In the middle of the room, the dark figure I'd seen before starts becoming visible, and it looks like me, but a twisted version of myself. As a content creator on both Twitch and YouTube, I get a bunch of creepy DMs by strangers, as expected as a female content creator, but I never let them bother me. However, ever since I started to get a big enough following, I've had the biggest fear of having a run-in with a stalker. Whether in public and especially in my home. While I have trained in some martial arts, lock all of my doors and windows at night, even have a taser and a baseball bat hidden in the closet, I do have a fear of a break-in. One night, my fear came true. It was late at night and I was home alone as usual, playing games on my PC, not for streaming but for my own enjoyment. I decided to get up for a coffee and walk towards the kitchen when I heard a door in the kitchen that sounded like the back door. I quickly walked into the kitchen and almost jumped out of my skin when I saw a man standing in the kitchen, wearing a face mask, a hoodie, sunglasses, and a backpack. I screamed.
Who are you?
As I lunged towards the kitchen knives. However, the man jumped in front of me and grabbed me. I screamed and I tried to push him, but he was strong and he overpowered me. He put his hands against my mouth so I couldn't scream, and he pinned me against the wall with his arm, trapping one of my arms. He screamed, "I don't want to hurt you, but shut up and calm down or I'll be forced to." The guy wasn't that tall, but he was strong, so I gave up, stopped screaming, stopped resisting, not knowing what else to do. The guy looked at me, right in the eyes. I couldn't see his eyes behind the dark sunglasses, but I could tell that he was looking into my eyes. He was also breathing heavily, and could tell that he was sweating. He leaned towards my ear, breathing heavily, told me that he was here to rob me, and didn't know I was home. He told me that if I did exactly as he said, he wouldn't hurt me. That was when I remembered the baseball bat and taser hidden in the closet next to the front door. I told him if he let me go, I would bring him to where I keep the jewelry. I wouldn't call the police, and I would just let him go. At first, he didn't reply. He just stared at me before creepily caressing my cheek. He put one arm behind my back and walked me into the living room. The closet with the taser and the bat was next to the front door on the other side of the house. I told him I have a safe, but I don't know the combination. However, I have it written down in the closet. He laughed and said, "Nice try," before demanding I sit down on the sofa. That's when my fight or flight sense kicked in, and I chose to fight. I headbutted him right in the nose and pushed him. I tried to run, but he grabbed me by the throat, punched me in the belly, and then pushed me down to the sofa. He groaned while holding his nose before shouting my name, and then he said, "I've been one of your biggest fans for years, and this is how you repay me?" He pulled off his backpack and emptied everything onto the table: duct tape, rope, and cable ties. He wasn't a burglar. He was going to kidnap me. "You're coming with me," he yelled as he grabbed a cable tie and grabbed me. I kicked at him and pushed him down before I was able to get up and run towards the front door. I began to unlock the door, but the man caught up with me and began pulling me by my hair. I turned and scratched at his eyes, used all of my adrenaline to push him away a few feet, just enough distance to get to the closet. I immediately grabbed both the taser and the baseball bat. As I was about to raise the bat, the man grabbed me from behind and wrapped his arms around me, trapping my arms and lifting me into the air. He yelled at me to put the bat down. I realized he didn't see the taser, so I put the bat down and played along. He carried me into the living room when I put the taser against his arm and tased him. He immediately dropped me and fell to the ground. I put the taser against his neck and tased him further for good measure, before running out of the house and to a neighbor. The police were called and managed to find the guy. He was just some crazy fan who had planned on kidnapping me for months. Found out that he'd gotten into the house with a lockpick. Even though I'm very shaken by the incident, I'm going to continue my job streaming because I love it. But recently I moved in with a roommate and don't think I could live alone again anytime soon. Something is crying in my house at night. A little background. I live with my husband and 5 children in a ranch-style house. We've been at this place for 5 years now, and our kids range from age 13 down to 1 year. For the past 3 or 4 months, there's been something in my house that cries at night. It's not my kids or my cats. It's something else. These disturbances typically happen between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Usually what happens is my husband and I are in the living room at night, watching TV and unwinding from the day. All of the children are asleep because they have a 9 p.m. bedtime. Suddenly, we'll hear the sound of a child crying. And I mean loudly crying. Not just whimpers, but big, sobbing cries. One of us will immediately jump up to go check the kids, as all of my children have had night terrors and typical childhood nightmares at some point. But none of them are ever awake. They're all fully asleep, completely peaceful. This will repeat a few more times until we go to bed. It doesn't happen every single night, maybe only once or twice a week, but it's very disturbing when it does. My 13-year-old has also heard the phantom crying, as she was up late with my husband and I one night on the weekend. Also, my children do not have TVs in their rooms, and their tablets and switches are always off. So it's not a sound coming from anything like that. They're not crying in their sleep either. They're always peaceful and undisturbed. not even moving around when me or my husband goes to check on them. We don't have a baby monitor, so there's no chance of interference coming from one. I do have 2 Siamese cats who make noises that sound exactly like human voices. But they are always in the living room with us at night, or sleeping in front of the heater in our kitchen. And I've been able to confirm it's not them. As well as the crying at night, we often hear the sound of doors opening and closing, most often the door to my daughter's bedroom. It makes a specific sound because the door sticks a little and you have to put some force into opening or closing it. We always go check on the children after we hear this, and all of them are always asleep. These things are not just heard by me, but my husband too, so I know I'm not crazy. The only thing even remotely like this that's ever happened to me was when my current 5-year-old was around 2, about 3 years ago in the same house. We both heard the sudden and extremely loud sound of what I can only describe as something or someone pretending to cry like a baby. I know that sounds weird, but it's the only way I can describe it. Imagine a grown adult, almost mockingly, pretending to cry like a newborn. That's what it sounded like. It was so loud and frightening that my daughter instantly started screaming in fear. I packed us into the car and left the house toot sweet. We spent the rest of the day at my sister's, and I refused to be alone in the house without my husband for the next couple of days. So, what could this be? A demon? A ghost? I don't really believe in the idea of dead people just hanging around your house for eternity. A mimic? What would this thing want, and how do I get rid of it? My father used to be a good man, though he was never there for me and my sister Louisa growing up. He used to work 2 jobs, and he worked all the time. This was because he always wanted to make sure that there was food on the table for my mom, my sister, and myself. It was because he grew up in poverty himself that he didn't want me and my sister to go hungry. I always used to overhear my parents arguing. My dad always used to say, "I never want my children to go hungry, like I used to." He became too overworked, and when he wasn't working, he used to be too tired to play with us. The thing is, despite him making it his #1 priority to feed me and my sister, he himself had a bad habit for binge eating. He would eat a lot on his lunch break, and he would go for midnight snacks when everyone else was asleep. Fortunately, for a while, my mom used to help him not eat too much food. Unfortunately, my mom was involved in an accident and passed outside. In his grief, he developed a binge eating disorder, eating multiple meals a day, ordering takeaways and snacking all the time. He tried to fight it by throwing out all the food, keeping himself busy. One day, he was walking down the street when a homeless man approached him, asking for food. My dad told him he didn't have any food, but he gave him some money. Despite this, the man grabbed my dad and started biting his arm, ripping off flesh and then telling my dad, "Sorry, but I wanted meat," before running away. My dad went to the hospital to have it treated. When he came home, he felt ill and quarantined himself. During this time, his binge eating disorder got much worse. He started eating food mostly unhealthy, 24/7. Mostly snacks and takeaway meals. With all of this binge eating and lack of exercise, he gained lots and lots of weight until he became extremely obese. He tried to work from home, but couldn't hold a job and he was too big to leave the house, so he just played video games. My older sister Louisa and we had to come help and support him. I was 18, and Louisa was in her early 20s. I had to leave college, and my Louisa had to leave her flat, quit her job. So she was pissed, but we both had to help him. We had to clean the house, help him bathe, and we also both had to work 2 jobs, each, to afford the house and everything. Me and Louisa decided to help our dad. We forced him on a diet, making him eat less and less food, in hopes that he would lose some weight. Unfortunately, our dad kept on begging and begging for more food, even when he'd just eaten. He yelled out to us in the middle of the night and even cried. One night, I felt bad and I couldn't put up with his begging, so I tried to give him food. But my sister caught me on the way to his bedroom. We argued and she lectured me, so I left. His begging continued. Sometimes he started crying, which then made us cry. It was horrifying, seeing our own dad like this. We just wanted him to get better. And then one day, our dad would only beg for meat. When we tried to give him other food, which my sister insisted on giving him a diet consuming of vegetables, he wouldn't eat anything that wasn't meat. No vegetables, no chips, or anything else, just meat. When we did give him meat, he would beg for more. Louisa used to say that this was a good thing because he would lose weight not eating unhealthy snacks anymore, and we just needed to put him on a limited meat diet. The final night, Louisa and I cooked a big gammon steak for our dad. He scarfed it down, not eating the potatoes on the plate, and then he demanded more. My sister refused, saying that he'd eaten enough for today. My dad begged, saying he was starving, and once again started crying for more meat. I couldn't take my dad begging like that, so I cooked up some chicken. Louisa walked into the kitchen and turned the oven off. We argued about it until I gave up and I went into my room for the night. In my bedroom, I heard my dad calling for my sister. It took a while for my sister to actually go into his room. After a couple of minutes, I heard my sister screaming. I ran towards his room and I saw my dad lifting my sister with her stomach in his mouth. He was eating her. I stood there, frozen, and that's when he turned towards me. Blood around his mouth, tears running down his eyes. He dropped my sister to the bed when he looked at me and said,
"I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'm just so hungry."
I used to work on the North Slope of Alaska in the oil industry. The work we were doing required us to travel far out into the Alaska Petroleum Reserve, which is basically just untamed tundra wilderness for hundreds of miles. The oil companies would build these long ice roads in the winter that would lead to exploration drilling pads. Our job was to go out after they finished the initial drilling and test rock formations for their oil-producing qualities. It was mid-January. The sun hadn't quite come up yet. And when I say the sun hadn't come up, I mean in almost a month and a half. Polar nights are intense. The particular well site that we were traveling to was about 60 miles west of Alpine, Alaska, deep in the wilderness. Our job took a week, but we finished and we were heading back to camp to finish our hitch and go home. At the beginning and end of the ice roads are guard shacks that you have to check in and out of for safety. No cell reception and radios work only up to a distance. If you don't check in or out at a set time, They come looking for you to ensure you're not a popsicle. It was about 4 a.m, not that it mattered in the land of endless night, and we were halfway across the ice road. Travel was slow as the speed limit on the road is only 25 miles an hour. And something appeared on the road in our headlights. It was a man in jeans, sneakers, and a hoodie jacket, walking down an ice road in the wilderness tundra at 4 a.m, and it was like negative 20 degrees outside. It's not unusual for the local Inuit people to be out this far hunting. Maybe his snowmobile broke down and he's trying to get back to the guard shack. Seemed plausible. He didn't acknowledge us as our truck rolled up next to him. He just kept shuffling forward. His clothing, while totally not appropriate for this extreme weather, appeared warm and dry. We also noticed he wasn't Inuit, but Caucasian. I rolled down my window and asked if he needed any help and if he was okay. He still didn't acknowledge us, just kept shuffling forward. His face was completely blank, devoid of any thought or emotions. The other guys in the truck suggested that maybe he was in an accident and in shock. I continued rolling my truck alongside him as he trudged along down the road, still trying to get his attention. Even in this extreme cold, I could occasionally get whiffs of a peculiar smell. It was coming off of him. He smelled acidic, if that makes any sense. There was just a lot about this guy that made the hair on my neck stand up. The guy behind me in the truck's crew cab had had enough of it all. He rolled down his window and reached out to grab the guy. He later said that he was just going to try to shake him out of his stupor. Before my buddy's hand could reach him, though, this walking popsicle spun around and latched onto my buddy's outstretched arm. He glared at my buddy and then at me with this look of pure rage, not removing his hand from his arm. If emotions had a physical temperature, this guy could have melted the entire tundra that night. My buddy groaned in pain as he tried to get his arm free from Mr. Popsicle. At that moment, this guy started screaming in our faces. There was so much hate and rage and anger in that scream. It was absolutely terrifying. I slammed on the gas and spun out on the ice for a second before the wheels caught and launched us forward. Popsicle Dude is still holding on to my buddy's arm, and he's trying to pull him out of the truck. He was running alongside the truck while the other guys in the cab held on to my buddy to keep him inside. After several moments, it could have only been a few seconds at most, my buddy tore free from this guy, and we hauled ass to the guard shack another 30 miles down the road. We checked in with the guards and reported what we had just seen. The guard was looking at us like we were pulling a prank. The policy said that they had to check it out regardless. My buddy's arm was sore, and when he pulled back his sleeve, there were noticeable bruises in the shape of a hand all around his arm. We filed a report with the guard and were told to head back to our camp. None of us really wanted to talk about what happened, and it was a quiet drive the rest of the way. We flew home the next day. The next time we saw the guard at the shack, we asked him if they saw Mr. Popsicle on their patrol. He told us they searched up and down that ice road for 12 hours, and they saw nothing. Not even tracks in the snow leading off the road. He told us it was a good prank, and that he'd get us back for making him waste a shift driving around. But it wasn't a prank. Who would make up a story like that? And who would be willing to bruise their own arm for a dumb prank? We never got a satisfying answer to what happened that evening. I still wonder about that dude, if he even was a dude. The Alaskan tundra is a weird place, and that was just one of my many weird stories from my time up there. I'll work on writing down more of my experiences and share them to the appropriate subs. A few summers back, after I had just turned 18, a friend had invited me and some other friends to their family's second home in wine country. I was super excited, and I'd agreed to meet my friends at a semi-distant subway station, BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit. Since it was only a weekend trip, I had all of my stuff in a backpack and my sleeping bag hooked onto the backpack. I'm pretty sure that because of that, many people mistook me for a female vagrant and thus more approachable, or maybe vulnerable. Indeed, that subway trip alone had more weird encounters than I've ever had before. That same trip, I got hit on by a man 3 times my age and screamed at by a homeless man who was asking for the time. However, by far the weirdest encounter that day, and probably in my life, was when the bearded woman in the open-back hospital gown and hospital bracelet approached me. Now, I don't like to think of myself as discriminatory towards people with mental health issues, as most of my friends are depressed in some form or fashion. Yet, when that woman in a hospital gown and plastic hospital bracelet, when she approached me, my mind went straight to all those horror films about people escaping from an insane asylum, which turned out to not be too far from the truth. To give a bit more details on this woman, she was physically intimidating due to her very large and wide stature. She was at least 6 inches taller than me and weighed a good 70 pounds more. And most memorable of all, she had a large amount of sparse, patchy, and wiry facial hair. When she started to approach me, I desperately looked down at my phone and tried to pretend I was anywhere else but on that train platform, hoping that she wasn't actually headed for me. That, of course, did nothing, and she sat right next to me. She first asked if she could borrow my phone. I really didn't want this person to borrow my phone, as not only did I need to save the battery to rendezvous with my friends, but there'd recently been a string of cell phone thefts on BART. I was not about to let mine get stolen, so I gave her some excuse about my battery, hoping that she would just leave me alone. Unfortunately, my refusal was not a deterrent, as she took that as a cue to strike up a conversation. She asked if I was traveling, picking up on my large backpack and sleeping bag, and I said yes, but trying to be as vague as possible. Then she asks where I'm going, and as I did not know how to deflect her, and being too deeply uncomfortable to lie, I said the truth. Napa. She then proceeds to tell me how she'd gotten locked up at a psychiatric facility in Napa after she had beat her husband with a phone receiver, after he threatened her. Feeling very glad that I had not given her my phone, I tried to defuse the situation by sympathizing with her over her awful ex-husband. That prolongs the conversation, and she asks me again to borrow my phone so that she could show me a website called World's Best Gore Vids. Apparently, there's a particular video she was a fan of. It was a graphic video of a man getting his head run over by a tank. Now, I don't know about you, but that's not something I want to watch, ever. But especially not with the woman who had just admitted to savagely beating someone. Luckily, soon after, my train arrives at the station and I board it. Unluckily, so did she. She kept talking to me during the ride. For my part, I tried to say as little as possible, to not seem rude and anger her, while also trying to make it clear that I wasn't interested in talking. She didn't pick up on this cue, or didn't care. We parted ways a few stops later, when she got off the train. She told me that she was meeting her new boyfriend there, and she'd wanted to call him, which is why she wanted to borrow my phone. I sincerely hope that her new man does not have any phone receivers lying around. So, bearded, gore-loving lady in a hospital gown, let's not meet. I grew up in the countryside, and when I say the countryside, I really mean the middle of nowhere. Honestly, there was literally nothing around. We had to drive through the woods and the mountains just to go shopping. On the day this experience occurred, it was already dark. It was fall and winter was fast approaching. My younger sister and I were in the car, and our mom was driving. We were heading to the drugstore and then the stationery store. We did this often. I was really into origami and crafting. In the stationery store, they had this beautiful origami paper. It was really cheap, so my plan was to spend all of my pocket money on that. The drugstore was next to the supermarket, and my mom wanted to go in there. We parked in the parking lot. Mom and I got out, and I had to go to the drugstore with her, but when she said that she wanted to go to the supermarket next, I couldn't stand it anymore. I ran off to the stationery store by myself. I got to the automatic doors, and they didn't open. And then I noticed that there was a sign. It said that the store was temporarily closed. I was so annoyed. Knowing me at that age, I would have stomped my foot inside. I had little other choice but to go find Mom and my sister. I pleaded with my mom to take me to another stationery store. But my mom didn't say a word. She just started the car and pulled away really quickly. This was unlike her. I sat back in my seat, and I tried to think about what I said that could have annoyed her. It was hard to concentrate on rational thought because my mom was driving faster and faster. I was scared and nervous. My sister was as silent as my mother. It was really strange. I stayed silent as my heart rate rose. We were still going fast, and we were approaching the crossroads ahead. The barriers were coming down, and my mom swerved into the opposite lane, and one of the barriers hit the roof of the car. It made a thunderous sound. I was really scared now. No one was talking, and we were going faster and faster. I couldn't talk. I was young and terrified. Silent, salty tears rolled down to the corner of my mouth. I couldn't understand what was happening. We made it across the tracks in the nick of time, and Mom suddenly made a U-turn and sped off in the opposite direction to our home. I was almost horizontal in the back seats with the power of this turn. There was a car which had collided with the barrier and had skidded into the hard shoulder of the road. Another car had stopped behind it and might have rear-ended it. In those split seconds, I think on some level, I could understand the reason my mom was driving like Jason Statham, but I wouldn't find out the truth until later. I looked at her in admiration and saw that her face was a shade close to blue. She looked utterly terrified. It's a look I had never seen before, nor wished to see again. Despite all of this, my mom was still speeding down these country back roads. We went a new and strange way home, but when we got there, my mom sat back in the driver's seat, panting. She looked exhausted. She looked at me, smiled, and said, "Sorry about all of that. I just really feel ill today. I think I have a stomach ache. I think I'm going to go to bed." We never really spoke about what happened that day. I don't really know why. I guess I kept waiting for her to say something, but she never did. We all kind of acted like nothing happened. A couple of years went by, and by that point I'd completely forgotten about the incident, until one day my sister told me the truth about what happened that day. Remember how I said that I wanted to go to the stationery store, and I had to go to the drugstore first? This all happened in that short amount of time. My sister was in the car reading a book or a comic. She said that she had the interior car light on to read. It was dark out by the time we arrived. My sister didn't go into any of the stores that my mom and I went into that afternoon. I didn't even notice. She said that she didn't notice at first, but a car pulled into the same parking lot and parked close to our car. She looked over, and there was a middle-aged guy in the driver's seat, glaring at her. He was moving his head side to side, trying to look in our car. But after a few moments, he pulled away. But then, he returned in his car, on the opposite side, to get a look at both the left and right sides, I guess. My sister noticed it because, one time it's kind of weird, but 2 times it's deliberate, right? Something was off about that guy. Mom returns to the car. At this point, my little sister sees the same guy walking behind her by a couple of paces. He was clearly watching our family. As soon as Mom is in the car, my sister starts talking about what just happened. So Mom readies the car as she sees me approaching. Perfect timing, right? My sister said that she and Mom saw that guy holding something in one of his hands in the parking lot. My mom said it was a box cutter knife. So the reason that Mom was driving so crazy that day was because the man with the box cutter was following us. I didn't know it at the time, but he was forcing her to speed up. Mom says she didn't want the guy to know where we lived, so that's why she did the U-turn and went a different route home. The guy seemed to be clearly interested in my younger sister, in the car, alone, so God knows what he had planned. That, coupled with the fact that he had a knife, is really chilling. But it's not the most chilling thought that stays with me. I often think about what might have happened if the stationery store wasn't closed. What kind of danger would we have been in if I stayed longer, or we couldn't leave straight away? I can't imagine the emotional toil that night must have had on our mom, but thankfully, I know she's strong, and for that I'm grateful. I'm also, of course, grateful that we're all still here. This happened a long time ago, when I was in college. I was renting this 1-bedroom dump of an apartment. It was tiny. The area wasn't too bad, though. It was in a really quiet residential place. Despite it being small, I didn't have much else to complain about. Well, that was until the activity happened. Weird things began to happen. For example, I woke up one morning to find a meter-long black hair in my mouth. There was an empty apartment next to mine, and I would occasionally hear a baby crying in there in the dead of night. I regularly suffered from sleep paralysis and horrible nightmares. I lived in room 101, and I couldn't believe that I was the only person living in the block. It was quiet, real quiet. Occasionally, someone would move in, but before long, they'd move out. I mean, there could have been other residents for all I know. I just remember that the apartments were pretty much empty all year round. On the upside, it meant that there were always places to park, and I could play my guitar as loud as I wanted without getting any noise complaints. I noticed that there were 4 apartments, but only 3 doors. I don't know why it was like that. I tried to figure it out. The apartments are shaped like a capital L, So my apartment, 101, up to 103, the doors are side by side. But there was a wall where apartment 104 should have been. The reason why I thought that there should have been an apartment there was because there were 2 floors, and the layout of the apartments were the same. And there was an apartment 204 above where apartment 104 should have been. It was as if the doorway to apartment 104 had been covered by a wall. I tried looking in from the back. All of the apartments in this building had balconies. There were lots of artificial plants in 104's balcony, so you couldn't see anything inside from the outside. It drove me mad. I really wanted to know what was in there. I thought about it a lot. I arrived at the conclusion that all the creepiness going on must be related to the walled-up apartment. I couldn't get in there or even get a look in there, so I just kind of lost interest. I ended up living in that building for 4 years. Not by choice, I might add. College is expensive. But I finally finished college, and I began my job search. After a few months of employment, I found a bigger, better place and prepared to move out. The timing felt right as the building had just changed hands, and there were ongoing renovations. The day before moving day, I was cleaning my room, and I went outside to throw out the garbage. I opened the door to head out, and I looked down the hall to see how the renovations were going. They were working on apartment 104, and they were breaking down the wall. I guess that the new owner of the building wanted to maximize his income by adding a new apartment. Smart move. I threw out the garbage and headed back to my apartment. After some more cleaning, I headed to the nearby convenience store to grab something to drink. The wall was completely demolished now, and I could finally see inside. Better still, it seemed like the renovation crew were taking a break. I was thinking that this was the moment that I finally find out the cause of all the activity in the apartments. The sleep paralysis, the crying baby, all the spooky things. My heart was pounding in my chest as I approached. I looked inside the apartment, and the place was covered in so much dust and soot. It was clear that no one had set foot in there for years, maybe decades. I could see the main room, and the layout was pretty much the same as mine. The walls were black. I thought that it was just more dust, but when I took a closer look, I noticed that there was something else, something written on the walls. The letters were very small, but they were there. I think that the original color of the wall in that apartment would be white because my walls were white, and the letters were white. Some letters were black, though. They were almost imperceptible to the human eye. I really got a bad vibe from that place, yet I couldn't look away. It was like I was staring at something more than just letters on a wall, like there was something else in there. You know how you can look out at a body of water and your mind conjures up the idea of a deadly animal beneath the surface, like a shark or a crocodile. It was like that. My eyes were glued to the wall and to those letters. I couldn't make out what they said because they were all written so small, and I didn't want to go in there. It was all in hiragana, and on the right side of the wall, I was able to make out some of the letters. Ma, sa, hi, ru, ya. It's not a word. I have no clue what it means. Although, once I read that word, I started to feel sick. It was time to leave. I wanted to be in a place where there were people, so I headed back to the convenience store. I pulled myself together after a while and headed home. It was my last night in that building, and I'm glad that it went without incident. The next morning, as I was putting my moving boxes in my car, I saw that the entrance to room 104 was now covered up by some sort of tarp, so that people couldn't look in there. I started to wonder if the renovation crew discovered something more sinister than I did. About 2 years after I moved out, I kind of forgot about the place. Well, that was until I was driving past my old neighborhood on a day off. I decided to go take a look at the old place for nostalgia's sake. I wondered if anyone was living in 104. I drove slowly along the back road, which the balconies faced, by the car park. I almost crashed when I saw something pretty shocking there. 104 was walled up again, and the plastic plants were back so you couldn't look in. Everything was how it was before. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like looking into the past. I looked at my old place and someone was living there. Laundry was hanging out on the balcony. All the other rooms were vacant. I mean, there weren't even curtains in the windows. I have so many unanswered questions. What happens in that apartment block? What was the meaning of those words? Because whatever the renovation and the owner uncovered in room 104, it made them put everything back the way it was. What did they see in there? Does the person living in my old place have the same sleep paralysis issues? And do they hear the same strange noises I did? One thing I do know is I won't be going back there. I feel so creeped out by that building. This all started a week ago when I lost my job and was running behind on bills. I lived in a simple house, and that job was all that held my life together. After a night of drinking and watching TV, I started looking for a new job. Most of them looked boring, just 9-to-5 office jobs, but one caught my eye. It was an ad on the side of the screen that read, "High-paying jobs for hire. This isn't just your normal 9-to-5 job." In desperation, I clicked on the shady ad. Slowly but surely, a new website loads, with multiple links to different jobs with different descriptions. Deep web jobs. Click. House sitting, $100 per shift. Stay in a camera room. Watch all the rooms. Keep the house safe. Rules in link. Seems easy, I thought to myself. God, do I regret that. Crop harvest, $150 per field. Harvest a field of corn. Tools are provided. Rules in link. Reading down all the jobs, the house sitting seemed the easiest, so I clicked on the link, eager for the $100. On the screen, a sign-up sheet popped up, asking for my email. I typed it in quickly and was met with a message. "We hope to see you soon." Satisfied with that, I hopped in bed and turned off the lights. I start to drift off when I hear a buzz from my phone. Irritated, I get up and check my phone. A new email, I thought to myself. I clicked on the notification. "Your application has been accepted. Thank you for applying to the house sitting job. You will stay at the house from 12 a.m. until 4 a.m., and you must follow these rules. Your money will arrive at 6 a.m. after your shift. Always, no matter what you hear or see, stay in the camera room. Either don't bring your phone, or if you do not turn it on, even if you get a notification. I will not email you during your shift. Make sure to bring something that can play music fairly loudly. Arrive at 12 or a little before 12. If you arrive past 12, do not enter the house and send me an email. From 12 to 1, you're allowed to roam the house, but make sure to be in the upstairs camera room by 1. Turn all the lights off, lock the doors, and close the blinds. From 1 until 2, watch the cameras. If you see a man in the living room watching TV, Turn that camera off until you hear the TV turn off from downstairs. Ignore any sounds that you hear around the house. If you feel anything touch you, stop moving and close your eyes until the feeling goes away. From 2 until 3, open the blinds in the camera room. If you hear a voice from the window, do not look at them. The conversation will be normal, and once they say goodbye, it's safe to close the blinds. This event can happen any time in the hour. If you see a woman cooking in the kitchen, you have a blue button on your desk that turns on a loud sound in the kitchen. Press and hold that button until the woman disappears. From 3 until 3:33, turn on your music device as loud as possible. Cover your ears, close your eyes, and ignore any sounds or movement around you. If the music stops, make any sound of your own to drown out what's happening around you. After 3:33, you are allowed to roam the house until 4. Do not leave before 4, and do not leave more than 5 minutes after 4. If any rules are not completed correctly, hide under the desk and do not move until 4. That is all. Your shift starts tomorrow night at 471 Pedersen Drive. Sincerely, Mr. Salazar. I must have read that email 10 times over, thinking this was a prank or something. No way do I actually have to follow these crazy rules, I thought to myself, entranced at how specific the rules were. I put my phone back down to charge and went to sleep, still confused by the email. All I could do the next day was think about what the email said. Man in the living room, woman in the kitchen, conversation with a person in the window. It all seemed too crazy to be true, but I couldn't help but find myself 15 minutes before 12 with an old iPod in my pocket, standing at 471 Pedersen Drive. I entered the house. It had a sort of old but still livable vibe to it. The house was dusty, but the kitchen and living room were spotless. I made my way upstairs, and at the end of a long hallway stood the camera room. It was barren and small, with nothing but a chair, a camera monitor, and a couple of windows in it. I sat down in the chair. Man, I hope this is worth it. It wasn't. Looking at the computer's clock, it's 12:03. I have 1 hour to look around the house. First, I head back to the living room, close the blinds, lock the doors, and turn the lights off. Repeat that for all of the rooms, and at 12:56 I was back to the camera room. As soon as it hit 1, I felt a sudden dread, telling me to get up and leave right now. I turned on all the cameras, and on the back of my neck, it felt as if a feather was resting on it. I froze. Keep calm, Chris, keep calm. I closed my eyes as I remembered the rules. It felt like hours, that feather tickling the back of my neck, but I held out, not moving and keeping my eyes closed. The feather went away. I opened my eyes, relieved, and heard behind me slow, coordinated footsteps. I whipped around. The footsteps went away, and a slow chuckle came from the camera speaker. The man was watching TV. The TV was lit up with some cooking show, and the man was chuckling while watching the show. I turned that camera off and hoped I'd done it fast enough. The sound from the TV echoed up the stairs, chilling me to the bone. What the hell is this place? I thought to myself, feeling queasy. And how is it only 1:20? The next 20 minutes were creepy as can be. Unknown sounds bouncing around the house. The man laughing at the TV, watching all the cameras, until the silence hit me hard. The TV had been turned off, and dread had fell upon me once again. The noise from the TV had been a constant for the past 20 minutes. But now that it was off, the silence felt threatening. I slowly turned on the camera and found the room to be empty. I sighed in relief. For what felt like an eternity, my eyes darted around the cameras, on edge, until the clock made a quiet beep, and it turned 2 a.m. I rose from my chair and opened the blinds, revealing the pitch-black lawn outside. I sat back down as the clanging of pots and pans ringed in my ears. I looked down at the blue button beside the monitor, then at the lady, now cooking black eggs in the kitchen, and I was about to press the button. "Hi, Chris." A woman's voice came from the window. I froze, gluing my eyes to the monitor, forcing myself not to look at the window. "Hi, how was your day?" My voice was shaky. It was obvious that I was scared. "I was just strolling around the neighborhood. Saw you were here and I just wanted to say hi." The window she was talking to me through was high enough up off the ground to need a large ladder to get to. "How was your day?" "My day it was fine, thanks." The woman in the kitchen started to get louder. "Okay, well, I have to go. It was nice to meet you." "It was nice to meet you too." "Bye." I wanted to get up. I wanted to just close the blinds and never hear her voice again. But something just told me that I should not get up. "Wow, you're a smart one. I thought that would get you." Maybe next time. Goodbye." I waited a few seconds. The last thing I want to see was the face of that lady talking to me. So I waited until I was sure she wasn't there anymore. Then closed the blinds. Once that ordeal was over, I realized that the lady in the kitchen was gone, even though I never pressed the button. Oh no, I thought. I'd broken one of the rules, and it was only 2:30. Now, I'm sitting under the desk, typing this out on my iPod. And there's a lady with a ragged apron on, walking in circles around the room. I'm scared to make any noise, so please, if you see an ad for dark web jobs, don't click it. Update. It's 4:30 now. I made it out of the house and I'm safe. My left leg is hurt a little, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me tell you what happened. The lady from the kitchen walked around the room, making soft groans and drooling everywhere. I kept as silent as I could. Freezing time, she turned in my direction. A small beep came from on the desk, notifying me that it had turned 3. The lady in my room melted into the floorboards, screaming a scream of the utmost agony and pain. What I was supposed to do at this point was turn on the music on my iPod, close my eyes and cover my ears, but hiding under the desk, I didn't know if I still had to do that. I waited, and silence was all I could find, until the walls and the floors of the house started to contort. The house shifted and moved into what looked like faces popping out of the walls. The only description of the sound I can think of is a scream of terror itself. I couldn't take it anymore. My mind told me to get up, to run, to get out as fast as I could. But I knew I couldn't. I closed my eyes and turned the music on. The screams were drowned out, and it seemed almost calming. But in the back of my mind, I knew what was happening around me. The music blared loudly. My eyes stayed glued shut. Then the music turned off. I opened my eyes, and the house was normal again. Shakily, I stood up and looked at the clock. 3:34. I got back under the desk and lay there, terrified. But nothing happened. I was sitting there for 35 minutes until the final beep from the clock came, telling me I could finally leave. I got up, walked down the hallway, down the stairs to the front door, and finally, the sweet, cool air of the night hit my face, and in that moment, I felt a relief that was almost euphoric. I walked home and picked up my phone, but when I went to email Mr. Salazar, his email was gone. The website was gone. There was no trace of him at all. I tried to fall asleep, but I couldn't get the faces out of my head. The look they had can't be explained. I don't know if I'm going to get my money, but at this point, I don't care. I just want to never go back to that house again. Update. It's 6 o'clock now. A package somehow appeared at my door, and inside was $80 and a letter. The letter is as follows. You can't escape. Hello again, Chris. I see that you showed up for your shift this morning. I appreciate that. But during your shift, you broke one of the rules. I'm pretty sure you're already aware, but I can tell you don't want to go back. Most people don't. And I'm here to say you can't escape. By entering that house, you pretty much signed your soul away. No matter what you do, you'll always be at that house by 12. That is all. Sincerely, Mr. Salazar. My sleep last night was horrible. I couldn't stop thinking about what happened on my first shift. The whole day, I stayed in bed, terrified for midnight to come. But it had to come eventually. 11:57. I begged that nothing would happen to me. 11:58. I put my iPod in the trash. 11:59. I lay in bed and close my eyes. I feel pressure on my feet, and my soft bed disappears from under me. I open my eyes and find myself inside that cursed house again, with my iPod and a printed paper of the rules in my hands. What? How is this possible? I think to myself. I ran to the door, slamming my fists against it, wanting any way out, but to no avail. I couldn't leave. I defeatedly walked up the stairs and sat in the camera room chair. I sat there, crying for an hour, until 1 o'clock came. And with it came the man laughing at the TV. I turned the camera off and continued to sob, not caring about the sounds around me. But then I felt a hand wrap around my neck. I froze, closed my eyes, tried to control myself. The grip closed tighter and tighter until I could barely breathe. Then it finally left me alone. I gasped for air and grabbed the printed paper of rules given to me at the start of my shift. I looked at the printed sheet of rules, and at the bottom was a handwritten message from Mr. Salazar himself. Good luck. I looked back up at the cameras and composed myself. Okay, Chris, you can do this. You've already been here once. Pull it together. I listened. Not hearing the TV anymore, I turned the camera on, and the clock let out a small beep. It had turned 2 o'clock. I pushed up to open the blinds, but hesitated. Did I really want to talk to her again? Regardless, I pushed the thought away and opened the blinds to be met with a face that only insane people would call a woman. It looked as if she hadn't eaten once in her life. Her skin looked like it was airtight to her bones. She had no meat on her body. Her smile was literally ear to ear. Parts of her skin sagged down at least 2 feet, and her eye sockets had large, black, bloodshot eyes with tiny, beady yellow pupils. "Hello again, Chris." I closed the blinds as quickly as I could, and I went to hide under the desk. But the desk is just a block. No space to hide under. I don't know what to do. I hear slow footsteps coming up the stairs. Oh, God. The doorknob is turning. The door is locked. Oh, thank God I remembered to lock it. She's screeching from behind the door. She's slamming her hands on it. It's only a matter of time until she breaks the whole door down. What do I do? I live near a haunted cemetery where I used to go ghost hunting. Throughout my visits, I noticed it was most active in the spring and during the day. I didn't catch many anomalies, just a few occasional orbs. A friend and I once went on a gloomy, rainy day. It was unusually quiet, and we were instantly surrounded by little black flies. The kind you find around lakes and rivers. We took pictures throughout the cemetery, especially of one grave that featured a man and a woman kissing. We didn't experience anything except for the flies and the lack of bird sounds. When we got back to my friend's house, I began looking through the pictures on my cheap straight-talk phone. The camera sucked, but it was better than the naked eye. One picture showed something crazy. I still have it, but it's on Facebook, which dulled the quality. Before, it clearly showed a winged creature peeking around a gravestone and a large shadow entity by another. The original is still on that old phone, but it doesn't turn on anymore. I returned a few more times and tried different ghost apps, but none of them actually worked. I thought I heard responses on one app, but I couldn't be sure. The next day, while taking a shower, I caught movement from the corner of my eye. It looked like a black hand with long, bony fingers. I turned away and turned back a minute later to see a tall black figure with long arms standing in the corner of my vision. But when I turned to look at it directly, nothing was there. My shirt was on the floor and bunched in a way that gave it almost an inhuman face. It looked like it was laughing at me. After that experience, I stopped going to the cemetery for a while, but that fall, I returned with a different friend and his girlfriend. It was a weird trip. I took a picture of them on a hill, and there was something standing behind them. It had a pale face with a menacing smile, black eyes, a missing nose. I believe the cemetery has a portal, and that the surrounding woods are haunted as well. Many entities seem to pass through the area, but I believe one is serving as a guard, and I think it's a soul collector. The last part of this story pertains to this one entity. In 2019, I returned to the cemetery with my friend from the first trip. I wanted to try a new app called The Portal, and trust me, that app wasn't what it is today. Supposedly, it used to reverse speech, but you couldn't hear words, and if you did, It was a spirit. We began exploring and asking questions. But nothing happened until we came to a certain area and we heard whispering through the app. It almost sounded like it was answering our questions, but I couldn't make out its words. It stayed with us until we heard a deep, electronic scream. Then it stopped. Nothing else afterwards. So we returned to my apartment. While watching TV, I saw a shadow on the wall, like it passed in front of the light. I thought my friend was moving his arm, but I looked down the hallway to see a disfigured humanoid shadow dart out of my room. My friend said he felt a weird energy, and later, when he was sleeping, I felt uneasy while playing a game. It felt like something was watching me. So I turned towards the window. I saw a black mass with white, glowing eyes staring at me. It suddenly dissipated like smoke. I told my friend the next morning, and he said he had weird dreams about a monster. Curious, I wanted to try the Portal app again, but my friend didn't want any part of it. I took it to my room, began asking who was here, who the shadow was. I got nothing at first. When I finally did get a response, I asked for a name. In a clear, deep voice, it said, Louis. But immediately after, a robotic, inhumane voice said, Let me in. After I said no, it repeated itself twice more before falling silent. I asked, Who's there? For a few minutes, a woman's voice said, Your house is haunted. Then the robotic voice returned, once again demanding. I still said no, but this time it responded with an angry electronic roar. I concluded it was mimicking human voices in an attempt to trick me. I stopped messing around with it, and a few days later, I started having bad luck. I lost my job and my apartment, which resulted in moving back to my mother's house. In October 2019, I got a new job, and things began to improve again, until the entity made itself known, tried to take my life by causing a wreck. I was driving when I saw something that looked like an extremely tall, skeletal deer walking on two legs. It had crazy horns. Its head was a goat skull. I only saw it for a split second. Then everything went black. I woke up to someone knocking on my window. I had a broken eye socket, 2 meniscus tears in my knee, and a bad cut on my head. They said my SUV rolled a 1/4 mile. I didn't mention the cemetery's name because it's a dangerous place. I've never gone back. I truly believe that the entity that's always there is either a soul collector, some kind of portal guardian. I've encountered lesser demons, but I've never seen anything like this. I have a photo of this entity, but it manipulated the background to form a face. I have 2 stories I'd like to share. This first one happened right after my grandpa passed away from cancer a few years ago now, in 2017. It was like a few weeks after his funeral, and I'd come to visit his grave. He was buried in a really old cemetery where his other family members were also buried. So I was visiting, and it was pretty bright outside. I lit a candle that I'd brought, and in this cemetery there was this old church building. It was now abandoned. But as I lit the candle, I looked at this church building and I noticed something. In the window, I noticed an older woman, late 80s, or even her early 90s. Of course, I was shocked to see her there because, again, this church thing is abandoned, and it's pretty much not safe to go inside. So I walked closer to the building. I was basically keeping an eye on this building. There was only one possible exit route, and that was the front part of the building that you couldn't really get to safely due to the floor being very old and just broken. So I walked even closer to this building, and I looked back on the window, and she's still there. And as I'd gotten to the entrance, where you could pretty much see inside this place, she just fucking vanished. I, of course, called out. I asked the basics, if she needed help, if there was anyone there. No response. I waited there for a while, and I looked around the building, confused and slightly freaked out by this whole thing. After a while, I decided to go back to my grandfather's grave. This happened like 5 years ago now, when we were still living in an apartment building on the 7th floor. We had a balcony in our home, and the neighbor's balcony was removed a few months before this happened. So basically, I was out with a friend of mine. I received a call from my little sister that there was someone in the house. I immediately panicked since she and my younger brother are home by themselves. I was very much still nearby, so my friend and I got to my house rather quickly. We listened to my sister tell us what they heard. A few toys had fallen over in my brother's room while they were playing video games in the living room. This, of course, didn't alarm them too much, but they continued playing until more noises came from that room. And then they hear something in the hallway. They stop the game to listen, and they hear footsteps as clear as day a few moments later. This is the moment when they freak out, run to the bathroom, lock themselves in there, and call me and our mom. So after they explain this to me and my friend, we go look in my brother's room, with my siblings following us close behind. And of course, I told my friend to grab a baseball bat, just in case we did find something, and asked them to calm down my siblings. We go in there and look through every closet, every place that someone could hide in. Nothing came up. At this point, I'm questioning if my siblings had just heard the neighbors making noise, or if they got scared by their game, until my friend was looking into the hallway from the open door, and they were just staring at something. I notice this and I look at what she's seeing, but as I did, we heard running footsteps go from the hallway to the living room, out the balcony doors. On the balcony, we had these glass windows on the doors, and we heard the doors and the windows being pushed open and then hit the wall. My sister starts crying, and me and my friend run after whatever it is, only to find the balcony doors are open and the glass windows are wide open. We, of course, go look, and we find nothing on the balcony or in the living room. Until my friend pointed out that on the window there was this metal bar, and it had pollen collected on it. And on that bar were handprints, like someone had grabbed it and nothing else. We were so confused by this. We heard what we heard, and I asked my friend, what had she seen? She claims that she had seen a jacket move in a weird way in that empty hallway, and that she saw something. I tried to ask her what she had seen more than once, but she refused to tell me. Our friendship ended soon after this incident due to other issues between us, but this incident definitely put the last nail in the coffin for us. I'm a female in my late 20s, and this happened fairly recently. Nothing bad happened to me, but I'm lucky it didn't, and it easily could have. There's a conservation area that I used to like to walk in regularly. It's beside a golf course, near an ordinary subdivision, just off a busy road, and is popular with dog walkers, photographers. The conservation area is fairly well maintained and alerts its users that there are hidden cameras everywhere. My point in bringing attention to all of this is to say that, by all accounts, this is a very safe, vanilla, urban wooded area in a populated area. One big thing about me is that I like isolation to recharge. I dislike crowded trails, and by convention go in off-peak hours, or when the weather is unpleasant. Not dangerous, just unpleasant. Too cold, lightly raining, foggy, etc. I stay safe, but I like there to be as few people around as possible. In a city, in daylight, I don't feel like I'm taking any risks by doing this. There was one day that I went around 4 p.m. or so on a frigid, rainy Monday in November. On days like that, there are maybe only 1 or 2 dog walkers, but today, there was no car in the parking lot, except for a dirty blue pickup truck with a man sitting in it. I noticed that he was looking at me, but that didn't really bother me. I was just happy to see the trail was empty. On this particular day, I went to the area to practice my navigation skills. I was learning how to use a compass at the time, and it's good to practice that skill in an area that you won't get lost. So, I decided to go off the trail to a big pine plantation, which is a big open area with large, mature pine trees, if you're not familiar. It's not a hiking area or really that interesting in any way, and definitely off trail. You wouldn't get there unless you really wanted to get there. So I pick my first landmark and sight it using my compass, and I'm pacing towards it. I find myself about halfway there when I hear rustling through the bushes. I turn around and I see the man from the dirty blue pickup is there, entering the pine plantation. Mid-50s white man, a little pudgy, wearing a baggy beige cardigan and blue slacks. I feel pretty alert at this point. Feels out of place somehow. I take note but pretend to keep walking around with my compass because I don't want to seem weird. I look at him. He pretends to ignore me. I'm getting a really bad gut feeling about the situation. For some reason at this point, I feel like he's following me. But I have an anxiety disorder, so I try not to freak out for zero reason. And I don't want to ruin my relaxation time. It's just a guy walking around. No big deal. To see if he's following me, I pivot 180 degrees, and I walk directly towards the trail again. He's still following me. I walk through the bushes, onto the trail, still following me. At this point, I was freaked out. The pine plantation entrance is only about 50 feet on the trail, so this guy would have walked 50 feet, entered the pine plantation, then decided that was it for the day. Bad odds. Definitely following me. I quickly exit the trail, and when I'm leaving the parking lot, I see that he's still looking at me. I take the long way home. The experience freaks me out, and I only visit the area once before the second encounter. This time, it was January. I wanted to go bird watching. A week prior, I'd seen an owl in the same pine plantation. I was practicing navigation again, and I wanted to see it again. I'd seen it about an hour before sundown, so I figured that was a good time to try to see it again in the same area. I checked the parking lot, and there was no blue pickup truck, but there were 2 other cars with men. One was a red sedan with heavily tinted windows, and it looked like the other one was empty. So I go on the trail again. Today is muddy, wet, cold. Area should be totally empty. Good. Unfortunately, not so. About 20 feet on the trail, I hear footsteps behind me. I don't like when people walk behind me, but it's not a crime, and I'll lose them soon when I go to the pine plantation. I'm sure you know where this is going. When I walk on the pine plantation, there's the same rustling of the bushes as before, and when I turn around, I see the same man from before. I feel a wave of terror and dread overcome me, alone in a muddy forest with a possible stalker. But it's still so calm, and it feels so mundane. To confirm my fears, I walk over to the area where I saw the owl last week, and I pause to look for it. Who do I see next to me? The same freaking guy from before. I'm terrified at this point, and every part of me is screaming, "Run." So I walk as fast as I can to the trail again. I pass some other random guy in the same pine plantation, and I smile at him, just totally on autopilot. He smiles back. It wasn't until I was in the parking lot that I get freaked out that there was a second person in the same pine plantation. Could they have been connected somehow? I stop briefly in the parking lot and take out a small notepad to quickly write down the license plates of the 2 cars. This gives the original man time to catch up to the parking lot. I'm booking it now, on foot, out of the parking lot, and he yells towards me, "Can I give you a ride?" And I just shake my head and keep walking. As I walk away, he begins to follow me in his car. He waits at the intersection to see which direction I'm going in, and I decide to walk in a busy park to lose him. He pulls into a nearby hidden driveway and stares at me, and he takes out his phone to presumably take a photo of me. He notes what direction I'm walking in, then does a U-turn and drives fast the other way. Conclusion: I took the long way home, filled out a police report, and the police opened an investigation on it. I have not gone back to the conservation area since, and the experience has definitely left me with an ongoing nervousness about being alone. Doubly, more because I don't know who the second guy is. I passed him so quickly, I only know that he was in his mid-50s and had glasses and was bald. The police unfortunately told me that there's nothing they can really do at this point. So the best I can do is stay vigilant and try not to let it freak me out too much. Oh, unfortunately, this has totally ruined my love for going out into the wilderness alone. Nothing bad happened, but I think that was more because I was able to escape and lose him or them before anything did happen. My friend and I are swim instructors for our local town. The pond was closed due to contamination, so our boss man agreed to ship us over to the old school youth center to clean the hell out of it. The place had not been adequately cleaned in 15 plus years, so my friend and I, we'll call her Your Highness, loaded up with hardcore chemical cleaners and set to work, sweating our tits off in 90-degree heat while rigorously scrubbing every inch, every corner. A week went by and nothing happened. About 2 days into the second week, I was in the basement area where the bathrooms, pool table, foosball tables are located. Now, the place has 3 staircases. 2 are located in the middle of the building, the 3rd on the right-hand side. At the time, Your Highness was cleaning the side stairwell, a good 25 feet away from where I was standing. I could hear her laboring away. As I was sweeping about, I hear the bathroom door slam shut. The bathroom door is situated adjacent to the side stairwell. When I ask her why she's slamming doors, she asks me what I'm talking about. Your Highness did not hear it. Day 3. This time, Your Highness and I are upstairs working in the basketball court. We're cleaning the sideboards when we hear the pool tables being used downstairs. Multiple breaks, balls rolling around. We think that some little turds are fucking our cleanliness up. Probably have broken in through the downstairs, so we hightail it down there. Me down the center stairwell, and Your Highness down the side stairwell, so as to catch them. Well, we reach each other before we reach any rascals, and there's no other way out of the building, and the doors were locked from the inside. Day 4. Your Highness and I are working on the main office of the youth center. The music machine is merrily playing in the basketball court, which we couldn't see from the office. Abruptly, the music turns off. Your Highness goes to investigate. The machine has been unplugged. At this point, we start to joke about how the chemicals, the bleach, and the cleaners are starting to have an impact on our sanity. But the music had just stopped, and the machine had been plugged in previously. There was no one else in the building. We begin to become more wary of this place. Day 5. All day long we hear children's voices in the basement, mostly laughing, but some inaudible whispers are heard from the tops of the stairs. We both try not to freak the other one out, and we pretend that we don't hear anything. Until finally, there's such a high-pitched cackle that we both run from opposite areas of the building for safety. We sit and we listen, and we leave work early. Day 6, final chore at the youth center. Thoroughly mop the floors. We are thrilled that we are getting out of this place. At this point, we are a little skittish. Every dropped broom scares the hell out of us. Up until this point, the energy in the place had been fairly chipper. No discernible negativity whatsoever. Around 3 p.m. on day 6, the air changes. It's palpable. It's like an increased pressure on the chest. Your Highness and I decide that we need to clean the floor and get out for some Mai Tais immediately. We scrub and Your Highness begins to mop. The place is spotless. We go back into the basketball court to turn off the fans, do a final look over the basement together, and head back upstairs. The wet floor is now covered in footprints. Dirty footprints, barefoot, slippered, you name it. I don't believe in ghosts. I've never seen a ghost, but I've never been more scared than I was those 6 days in that building. I looked into it, couldn't find any fires or tragedies that had occurred. However, in this area of our town, there were a plethora of Native American burial grounds. So, when I was younger, I spent half of the week living with my ex Christopher in central Paris, near Rue Carducci Park. It was easier to stay in the city since I studied at university from Monday to Friday. Christopher and I maintained a mutual friendship with his ex-girlfriend, Alice. I know, please don't judge me. Back in the day, the 3 of us slept in the same room and shared a powerful relationship together. It was almost like a love triangle, but anyway, my experience isn't about our personal story. Alice and Christopher are sensitive people who feel energies and spirits. I never judged them since I also experienced baffling situations, but hey, I wanted to stay pragmatic. I can't explain what happened on those nights when Christopher and I talked in our sleep. Alice listened and told us everything in the morning. It happened a few times, but I have no memory of the events. She was absolutely sure we were speaking in tongues. There's no doubt about that. The disturbing part is that we don't understand or read Latin. She even took notes when we realized some of the sentences were from the Bible, some of them related to Lazarus. While Christopher is a devout Catholic, I'm not a religious person at all. Of course, I've read and studied the Bible and other religious books, but I cannot tell you entire parts from my memory. Since Alice is sensitive to this invisible world, she felt it was something disturbing and unusual. I often laugh and talk while I'm fully asleep, but this Latin episode never happened again. There's always this stereotype about creepy legends in Latin, especially because religion is often used by the media to play with our deepest fears. Do you think it's possible for our minds to use forgotten data to do this seemingly impossible? Do you have any alternative theories? Could it be related to ghosts or other entities? Sometimes I think about this whole experience and I still can't figure out what happened. Thanks for your theories and possible explanations. This is about a guardian angel that's been around me since I was about 5 years old. So this story has about 3 different accounts, so you're in for a ride. For some background information, my grandma had a twin sister that died from complications of HIV, which she contracted from an unfaithful husband. She died 16 years before I was born, in her late 50s. This is all going to make sense later. The first time I saw her was when I was 5. I was living in a little town in Massachusetts, about 60 miles off from Boston. My mother was a single mom, businesswoman at the time, so she had an overnight trip to Boston and left my oldest sister Tiny in charge. No, her real name isn't Tiny. It's just what we call her, and it's pronounced Deanie. We'll fast forward to bedtime, and me and my 5 other siblings are all tucked in, ready for bed. I'm going to assume it was around 9 o'clock. I woke up in the middle of the night from a really bad nightmare, which is still reoccurring to this day. Long story short, it's a dream where I'm taken underwater. A dark, almost pitch-black hand that's very demon-like is holding me under until I eventually die, I guess. So as any 5-year-old would, I ran to my mother's room for comfort, not remembering my mother was out of town. Well, to my surprise, there was a lady sitting on my mother's bed, looking at the family album. Usually I would have been confused, but the second I walked into the room, I didn't feel so scared anymore. It felt like I'd walked into a warm hug, but she wasn't even near me. The lady was red-headed and beautiful in a kind of old way, the kind of way where you could just tell that they were popular in high school. The lady saw me in distress, got up from the bed, and picked me up, laid me on my mother's bed. Then she started singing in Spanish, a lullaby I'd never heard of, yet I knew every word to it. By the time I knew it, I was sound asleep. My little brother walked into the room and saw the lady crooning over me, caressing my cheek while I slept. I don't know what possessed him to not care and go back to bed, but he noped out of there fast. Well, when my mom finally came home, it was about 7 a.m., and she was tired. She saw me in her bed and was surprised. She woke me up and asked me why I wasn't in my bed, and I told her the nice lady let me stay here. She asked me, "What lady?" And I said, "I don't know her name, but she has red hair." And she sang me a song, and she was really beautiful. She then looked to her right and saw her album open. Please note, she keeps it on her bedside table, but it was already randomly open to this picture. She looked at the picture and let out a really relieved sigh. She turned around and showed me a picture of the same woman that I saw, asked me if it was her. I said yeah, and I asked her, "Who is she?" She said that it was my guardian angel, and I just took that and said, "Okay, I'm 5. I didn't care." Now fast forward to when I'm 11. It was my first day of school, and the first time my mother allowed me to walk to the bus stop alone. Well, I got hit by a car, but it wasn't my fault. It was a residential area that had a speed limit of like 15 miles per hour. He was going well over that, and I was really small, so he didn't see me. From the accident, I got 3 broken ribs, a broken wrist, broken legs, fractured, and a bad concussion because my head was split. I don't remember it, but next thing I knew, I woke up in the hospital to my mom crying, saying she's sorry and that she's happy I'm okay. I had to stay in the hospital for a week for observation because my broken rib was so close to puncturing my lungs. My mom worked a lot, and she had nobody else to watch me, so I spent my nights alone. I got lonely and scared and just had a really bad feeling. So you guessed it, Miss Ma'am came back. I woke up in the middle of the night to her at the edge of my hospital bed, looking at me. At first I was scared. I didn't recognize who the hell she was. But then this warm feeling came back, and I realized I wasn't lonely or worried anymore. Then she hummed that song, and I swear to God, I didn't know the lyrics. I barely speak Spanish. But it's like my soul knew, and before I knew it, I was fluently singing it with her in Spanish until I fell asleep. Now this third time, I didn't see her, but it was more like she let me know that she was there. When I was 18, I got married to a boy I thought I loved, and he went to the military. Long story short, he was abusive. He cheated, lied, put his hands on me, and broke me. Not solely because of my marriage, but definitely a big reason. I fell into a really deep depression and had self-harm habits. One night, it all got too much, and I don't know what he said to send me over the edge, but I was in the bathroom looking at a bottle of Oxy, and I started to take a few just to kind of drown out the heavy feeling. After a few minutes, when I took another, then another, eventually, I started to feel that very thin line between an overdose and lucidity. Then, that feeling happened again, and the song started playing in my head, like if I had a radio in there. And I felt okay. I felt like someone was there for me. In a way, I feel like it was a sign that I wasn't meant to go just yet. And with that, I left him a few months later, and I've never looked back. I haven't seen her since. Around the same time, I finally asked my mother about it, and eventually everything started to make some sense. She told me about my grand aunt and how she passed, and that when she was younger, she was a motherly figure to her because her own mother wasn't a very fit parent. She'd often have to seek comfort from her, and when I was about 5, I looked like a literal carbon copy of my mother. She theorized that maybe her spirit saw me upset and, thinking I'm my mother, wanted to console me. And get this, my mother, when recounting her aunt, was very emotional. So she started talking about some nursery rhyme as she used to sing her. It was the song. My mother sang it word for word in front of me. That's what cemented her story to me as fact. I'm 22 now, and I'm in one of the most loving and healthy relationships I've ever dealt with. I've been sober for 4 years, and I have a much more healthy state of mind now, in case you were wondering. I know this story was long, but I hope if you take anything from my experience, it's that it gets better. You just have to stick around long enough for life to do its magic.
So this happened somewhere in the middle of 2017. I'm not sure as for the other countries, but here in Brazil, all houses are gated for safety. And the only places where you can find houses with their front doors leading directly to the streets are in closed condos. My friend James threw a small group hangout at his place. He lived in one of those condos with dozens of identical small houses. So it was maybe 5 or 6 of us, clutched in a tight living room, having pizza and watching some shit on TV. We were all going to have a sleepover that night, and as it is for every group hangout we have, everyone would possibly spend the night awake. It was maybe around 1 a.m. when we all decided to go for a late night walk around the condo. It's pretty safe, with tall walls and a good doorman, as all condos should. So it's always nice to walk around there. We all went slowly down the street, passing through many houses identical to his, talking quietly so we didn't wake up the neighbors. Eventually we stopped by the empty children's playground and decided to climb the little wooden jungle gym. There was enough room for all 5 or 6 of us to sit, talk, smoke, and hang out. No one around, no annoying kids, just silence and peace for us to chill. Behind this playground, there was one of the condo walls, and behind that wall, some woods with big trees looming over us. On the other side, the street, then the sidewalk, and the many identical houses. Every 2 houses, there was a light pole, lighting everything up. We were all talking about random stuff, listening to music on a very low volume on someone's phone, when eventually we ended up getting into the paranormal subject. As our topics came and went on spirits, ghosts, spooky stuff, horror movies, etc., and so forth, we noticed James, our host, get quite tense. He wasn't necessarily into the conversation and was visibly getting serious and gloomy. All of a sudden, he said something along the lines of, "Yeah, we shouldn't be talking about those things so nonchalantly and deliberately. Kind of bothers them." All of us knew that James was a medium. He'd mentioned a lot of times how he'd always see spirits and interact with entities in his childhood, but he ended up blocking that away, however, still seeing stuff every now and then. Even those of us who weren't spiritual or anything respected him, and we never dared to doubt a thing that he said, mostly because of his grandma. He still lived with and cared for her. She was highly spiritual, and on many occasions confirmed that what he was saying was the truth. Therefore, when James said that, we all just nodded and changed the subject. A few minutes later, James was still a bit shook, and he said to us, "It's getting a bit late, and you're all kind of loud, guys. We're going to get called on if we stay out here. Let's go back and drink some more." We all shrugged, agreed, and hopped off the wooden house. Then, when we were all going up the street, James looked back apprehensively and said, "So, as I said, please avoid talking about that stuff that way, out of nowhere." He's been standing near that light pole, looking at us, since y'all first touched that topic. Needless to say, we all got terrified, shitless, and bolted up the street. Later on, we tried to talk him into elaborating further upon what had happened. He clarified that the male entity meant no harm and was purely looking at us as if curious. I remember questioning James why he saw it if he had blocked it out of his mind. And he said that he's been trying to sort of reconnect with the other side in hopes of seeing his deceased mother again. We haven't talked much about spirits since then. About 7 years ago, I was at my boat. It was an old wooden cabin cruiser that I kept at an old broken-down marina on the Chesapeake Bay. I slept on the boat in the main salon on a pull-out couch. I was lying on my back when in the middle of the night, I awoke to find myself with a giant black Labrador retriever straddling me, with legs on either side of me on the bed. He was just standing there, looking around like I wasn't there at all. I immediately thought I was dreaming. I said I was going to shut my eyes and open them, and it would be gone. I shut them and reopened them, and it was still there. It was not mean or aggressive, just huge. I shut them again and reopened them, and it was gone. Later that morning, a worker at the marina fell to his death off the top of a travel lift, which is a big crane that hauls boats in and out of the water. I had never heard anything about black dog apparitions in my life, and I thought that it was just a dream, but Googled black dog apparitions, and apparently they are often seen near water and can be an indicator of death. I was pretty blown away after that. The boat I'm currently sleeping on is also haunted. I know it's haunted because the ghost would always play tricks on me, turning on switches to things I knew I had turned off. The ghost's favorite thing was to turn on my fresh water pump after I left. It was a pull-out switch that was on the console, and it wasn't easy to pull out either. It got so bad that one weekend I had my friend watch me turn it off. I got back the following Friday, and it was back on, of course. I believe the ghost is the original owner, a friend of mine. The boat was his pride and joy. So 3 years ago, I was walking home late at night from my friend's house. It was dark, and at the time, I lived in a rough part of a large city. I've had many sketchy situations that I've gotten myself out of, so I guess I felt sort of invincible, like nothing truly scary could happen to me. When I walk alone, I always stay very alert and aware of my surroundings for my own safety, just in case. About halfway home and roughly 10 minutes to my apartment, I noticed a van started tailing me. I was used to this since in my city, it's very common for a young woman in a rough area to get propositioned for sex. It's embarrassing how desensitized to this I was. I did my usual and crossed the road so that I'd be walking beside the traffic heading in the other direction. I wasn't scared, just annoyed. The van then turned down a side street, then backed onto the road that I was on, and pulled up next to me. At this point, I still wasn't scared. Again, this has happened so many times, and it never mattered if I was wearing something that showed a little more skin, or if I was wearing a winter coat zipped from below my chin all the way down to my ankles. That area is notorious for that type of activity. I decided to be firm and told the person sternly, "I'm not interested." I noticed there were 2 men in the van. They looked almost identical, and they may have been twins or brothers. Both men had very, very dark eyes and short, dark hair. The van didn't move. I was super annoyed and crossed the road again to get away. At this point, I figured this would be enough for them to stop following me. They didn't. They kept circling back every time I crossed the road. I've never had to put that much effort into getting a horny pervert to leave me alone. So, this was starting to feel unsafe. They zipped by me at the speed the traffic was flowing in, and I yelled for them to fuck off. I thought it finally worked. It had been about 3 minutes and I hadn't seen the van, so I thought I was in the clear. Just in case, I pulled my phone out and was getting ready to call my sister, who I lived with. Just then, the van pulled up to me very quickly, and before I could even blink, one of the men jumped out of the van, opened the back door, and approached me quickly in an aggressive manner, as if he was about to scoop me up and throw me into the vehicle. The traffic in that area is very inconsistent. It was dead, and I imagine that is what they were waiting for. Just as the man was about to place his hands on me, I tilted my phone and said, "You're being filmed in my live video chat. I gave my friends your license plate number, and the police have been notified." I was so scared, but I didn't let that show. I stayed as calm as I could. The man paused like he was considering if I was bluffing or telling the truth. So I tilted the phone more, as if to give the fake audience a better look at him. He then jumped into the van, and they sped off. I've never been the same since that night. I'm afraid of walking alone now, even in the daytime. Stay safe out there. And to the two creeps in the van, let's not ever meet. I hope karma finds you both soon. This happened when I was about 6 years old, but I still remember it very well. Like many kids that age, I was scared of the dark, to the point where a Scooby-Doo movie could give me nightmares for weeks. So I often moved to lay with my head at the foot of the bed, as it allowed me to peek out the door and into the living room, where my parents usually watched TV after tucking me in. This particular night was no different. It was dark and quiet when I woke up. My parents must have gone to bed. Then, I saw a slender woman who looked to be no older than 30. Her fair hair was long, almost down to her waist, and she wore a simple dress that reached her shins. She wasn't transparent, but she had this weird, faint glow, and she held her arms to her chest as if she was carrying a tiny infant. I knew instantly that it wasn't my mother. She had short hair, almost a bob cut, and never wore more than underwear to bed, maybe a t-shirt at most, but certainly not a long nightgown. Furthermore, my younger sister was a toddler at the time, far bigger than the infant-like thing that this woman was holding. She walked silently with her face directed down toward the infant, paying me no attention as she slowly made her way past my bedroom door. I knew it wasn't my mother, yet I felt absolutely calm, despite my usual night terror. It was as if I recognized instinctively that this woman, whoever she was not a threat to me. And so I laid still, waiting for her to return and pass by my room again. She couldn't walk more than 3 or 4 steps past my door in that direction. There was an old wooden dining table. It would seat about 8 to 12 people, blocking the way. She couldn't even walk around it either. She'd have to turn around. But no matter how long I waited, she never returned. In the end, I got tired of waiting, and I got out of bed to check it out. Nothing. There was no one in the living room, nor the kitchen. I even went to check on my parents, who were sound asleep. Puzzled, I headed back to bed and eventually fell asleep. I asked my parents at breakfast the following morning who the lady from last night was, as I'd never seen her before. Had they held a late-night get-together? But my parents had no clue what I was talking about, and I ended up just shrugging it off. I never saw her again, But my fear of the dark ended soon after, as if the encounter had somehow assured me. And more than 2 decades later, I still feel her presence in the house. My parents and sister have noticed it too, although they've never seen her. Sometimes we all joke about it, except my sister, who feels uncomfortable and creeped out about it. My childhood home isn't particularly old, but it had been owned a few times before my parents purchased it in their late 20s. We're not religious, and I don't know who or what she could be, but the house would feel oddly empty without her, and I like the small signs of her being there. I do wonder, however. This happened about 13 years ago, when I was around 10 years old. Me and my little friends were always looking for some sort of trouble to get ourselves into. Our favorite was making homemade boards for communicating with ghosts. We wanted to experience something scary, or so we thought. I'm not proud of this moment, as I now realize it was extremely disrespectful for us to do, but bear in mind that I was only 10. A very small baby had passed away a couple of days after the grandma had passed away too. 2 deaths in one house must mean that we can finally communicate with a ghost. So we took our homemade board and went a little bit further from the house so we wouldn't get in trouble, but still close enough to where we could see the porch. We set everything up and grabbed each other's hands. We closed our eyes and started focusing on ghostly stuff or whatever. I felt a sudden urge to open my eyes, and I take a look at the porch of the house. There was a tall woman wearing a long black dress. She was looking down, so I couldn't see anything besides that. At first, I thought it might be the mother of the baby. People in my country wear black after a close family member's death, so it's not uncommon. She lifted her head up, and that's when I felt my heart drop, and the hair on my body just stood up. She had no face, but I could tell that she was looking right at me. You know those moments when you're terrified, but for whatever reason, you can't move, can't scream. You just watch in horror. After the initial shock, I managed to let out the most intense scream that I ever have. My friends took one look at me, then looked in the direction I was looking, and then they started screaming as well. We ran so fast we couldn't catch our breath when we got back to my house. I've never been so scared in my life. After we managed to catch our breath, I decided to ask everyone, "What did you see?" A faceless lady, staring right at us. Without me telling them what I saw, that was everyone's answer. I'm not claiming that what we saw was a ghost. We were very young, and maybe there are explanations as to what happened. Maybe we wanted to see something so bad that we created a scare out of nothing. What confuses me, though, is how did we all see the exact same thing? I'm 25 years old now, and this encounter, or prolonged experience rather, started when my family and I moved into an old house that my parents renovated. I was 8 at the time. The house in itself was fine. However, we had a long garden and at the end of the property, a huge bricked barn. It had been used in the past by the military and later by firefighters for training because of its high ceilings and appearing beams, which were used for rope exercises. Anyway, I remember vividly when I first stepped inside the barn. Its gigantic structure impressed me, but I was struck by how cold it was. I don't remember if it was winter, but I used to be a very skeptical kid and always found a logical explanation until I couldn't. I lived there until I was 18, and over the years it was always freezing inside. Summer and winter didn't make a difference. But maybe it was how it was built, that it was made this way. If it had only been that, everything would have been fine, and I would have remained that skeptical kid. But I began to feel things when I was inside, like someone watching me from behind, or feeling a presence when I knew perfectly well I was alone. There was even one area that I couldn't walk to because I felt complete terror invade me when I went to this spot. I began hating that feeling. I thought I was a scaredy cat, but it only intensified. The window of my room had a view of the garden and automatically the barn. Sometimes, from the corner of my eye, I would see someone inside there. When I would look properly, no one was there, and if the door was closed, that meant it wasn't one of my family members either. Yet again, I brushed it off thinking it was an optical illusion or something. What I couldn't explain, however, was the emotions I felt when I was inside. Sadness, helplessness, sorrow. It raised chills down my spine every single time, but I couldn't understand why I was sensing or feeling these emotions. It went on for years, to the point I didn't want to go there anymore. I thought I was going insane. Until one day, a few years before we moved, my parents were told why the last owners abandoned the property. They had a 15-year-old son. He got bullied in school very badly, and he hung himself in the barn, right above the spot that terrified me. When I heard his story, everything made sense to me. I don't know if anyone will be interested in this story, but I felt I needed to write it. It still lives inside of me to this day and changed me completely. Now I'm 100% sure that ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them, exist. There's no good way to start this story, so I'll just get right into it. Several years ago, I was a pretty different person. I was a thief. A pretty good thief, but a thief nonetheless. I considered stopping for years, but it's easier said than done. At least that's what I told myself for those years. But my petty thieving days came to an end pretty abruptly after this experience. I was freshly 18 and really wanted to pull off a good one. Usually I would check out the classifieds within town to see who had posted for a house sitter, a dog sitter, etc. Because I knew that meant the house would be vacant, or at least the owners wouldn't be home. If I ran into a caretaker or somebody at the property, my cover was usually that I did yard work for the family, whose names were fairly easy to locate. I'd never run into a situation where anyone questioned me further or even questioned my responses. So this house, the situation was slightly different. It sat at the end of the block, tucked behind some trees and some tall bushes. It was a rental. The man had rented the place out for years. The man I knew. The tenants were changing all the time, though. I'd been scoping out the house for weeks because the latest tenants seemed really flashy, with their cars, their clothes. Everything about them screamed money. Except the house, of course. The house was bigger than most, but just as shabby as the others in the neighborhood. These tenants liked to party. Loud-ass music, lots of bonfires, lots of drinking. It seemed like the place to be. And then one day, that turned into a few days, no one was around. I watched. No one came in or out of that place for almost 5 days. I decided it was my time to make a move on the house. After scoping the actual property, I was sure it was safe. I already knew there was no security system because I actually had done yard work for this owner before. When he was getting ready to move in new people or move people out, he'd call my dad, who would send me. But aside from that knowledge, there were a couple of windows open. Not the actual window, but the shades were open. The house was absent of all movement and light. Through one window, I could see an Xbox 360. Mind you, this was 2005, and they were fresh on the market. I knew there was no chance in hell that I was going to be getting this for Christmas or anything, so I put it on my mental to steal list. I continued walking the perimeter, and I got to the back door. To my surprise, it was already ajar. Enough so that I could actually poke my head and shoulders inside without going in all the way. The house smelled terrible. That was the first sign. First of a few that tried to tell me that this was a bad idea. Setting the smell aside, I walked into the dark house. I was in the dining room. Table set with super fancy dishes, old-looking but still new in their condition. Either silver or silver-brushed. The chairs themselves seemed to be hand-carved and incredibly heavy-duty, like the table. The house wasn't messy, but it looked like they'd left in a hurry. Possibly there was a fight. Some broken glass. The more I walked through the house, the more I got the vibe that somebody had already been through there. Someone like me. All of the kitchen drawers and cabinets were open in the kitchen and dining room. There were clothes thrown about in the bedrooms, and the drawers were open. But all the electronics were still there. And even the clothes themselves, the really nice ones. People wouldn't have just left those behind. I added them to my to-steal list, and I kept walking through the house. I knew there was a master bedroom on the other side of the house, so I made my way across the living room. As I walked through and looked back at the rooms, forward at the master, and then to the front door, I noticed that each of the bedrooms had a line of salt in front of it, like someone had straight up poured a line at the entrance of each door. Maybe that should have been yet another sign for me to take, telling me I shouldn't be there. I didn't think about it like that. Not right away. In fact, I noticed I was careless on my way in, and the lines that were meant for the back door had been disturbed. So, oh well, I thought. The master bedroom door was closed. It felt more like it was stuck. Maybe even locked, but after a couple good slams against it, the door opened. But at the same time, there was a noise from behind me, coming from the bathroom maybe. It didn't keep happening, but I was sure that it was different, separate from the sound of me opening the master bedroom door. I made a mental note to hit the bathroom on the way out. But again, I probably should have checked in that moment. All my thoughts, at least productive ones, ceased when I actually stepped into the master bedroom. The room was dark, but even without lights, I could see that something was really fucked up about this room. It was absolutely the source of the bad smell. I could clearly see something, many somethings, covering the floors. Carved into the wood floors were random symbols, and there was graffiti all over the walls, the bedding. With the lights on, it just brought the horror to life. It was clear that some sort of ritual took place here. I truly don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to that stuff, but I mean, symbols, blood, the salt, the circle. Bad stuff everywhere. I started feeling extra creeped out, walking over and around all this shit. But I had to see what was in the bathroom. Dead animals. Or at least parts of them. I couldn't believe I'd gone from designer clothes and Xbox 360 to the dungeon of the devil himself. I left that room so quick. I couldn't tell you what kind of animals because I could hardly believe my eyes and all. But let's just say usual forest critters, raccoon, squirrel tails, and such. This was fucked. Now out of that room, I made my way to the other bathroom. Not to check out things to steal, but because I was literally about to puke everywhere. And I did. But at least I made it into the toilet. I was brought to my feet pretty quickly as I heard the bathroom door slam shut. I grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't budge. My first thought is that it was the landlord, the owner. So I called out his name, saying I got concerned that somebody was hurt inside and that the smell was terrible. No response. And the door suddenly opened. making me stammer back a bit. I stepped out a bit hurried, expecting to see someone, but I saw no one. Bathroom doors slammed shut behind me, scaring the shit out of me. I probably should have left, but not before I got that Xbox 360, I told myself. We're gonna die here. A woman's voice had whispered that into my ear. And I don't mean I just heard a whisper. I mean I felt the breath from the whisper, and it was practically in my head. It was so close to my ear. I verbalized a "what the fuck" and made my way towards the door, the 360. I was almost to the kitchen when I felt something touch the small of my back. This time, I couldn't turn to look, couldn't jump from being startled. I was actually frozen in place. The feeling continued up my back. It felt like fingers just walking up my spine. I imagined myself swinging backwards and knocking whatever it was out. But no matter how much I tried or told my brain to move my body, it didn't work. I could move my eyes, and I was looking in every direction as much as I could. There was nothing there. The creeping continues up my spine, my neck, atop my head. Then the breathing started. Almost a heavy pant in my ear. I could feel the breath, as I felt before with the whisper. It was hot. It was heavy. And it even had a smell accompanying it. The smell was like rotten eggs. It was so overpowering, I thought I might puke again. And just as I was about to, I could move again. The breathing stopped. It was a mad dash toward the back door at that point. And on the way out, I couldn't help but notice that every single cupboard and every single drawer that had been opened minutes ago were now closed. I didn't even bother being discreet on the way out. I honestly may have been screaming or making some sort of noise as I did. The next thing I really remember was sitting on my back steps drinking water. So I sat there for a good while, literally thinking about the choices I'd made, what just happened in there. I had no logical explanation, still don't really, especially for the next part. Because let's just say I hallucinated it all. Highly unlikely, but let's pretend. How does one explain the literal scratches on my back? The ones that went from the small of my back to my neck. They weren't deep, like no blood, but they were absolutely there. Eventually, they faded away. But what didn't fade away was the feeling that the whole experience gave me. Definitely enough to scare me straight, if you will. I never so much as stole a sugar packet after that whole thing. So while I'm pretty sure whatever was in that house was absolutely evil and likely wanted me to die, the lesson I took away from the whole thing is probably what has saved my life. I will preface this by saying that I grew up in a very spiritual family. My mom especially had tons of stories about ghosts and spirits that she'd encountered in her life. When I was around 7 years old, my family moved into a new house. From the get-go, my mom said there was a spirit in the house, but she was friendly. It was a little old lady called Elsie. If you looked up our address online, it said that the previous tenant was named Elsie. Mom was never afraid and was adamant that Elsie was looking out for her, as my mom was diagnosed with cancer a few months after the move. On nights where my stepdad had gone out for drinks with his friends and all of us children were asleep, Mom would see a shadow pause by her doorframe before disappearing, almost as if Elsie was looking in to check on her. I remember a specific time where my family went on holiday and my uncle was house-sitting as we had 2 dogs. He called my mom in obvious panic, claiming that there was a little old woman at the top of the stairs calling his name. My mom very calmly told him that it was just Elsie. she was harmless. But if he was really worried, to carry one of my mom's crystals in his pocket and politely ask Elsie to leave him alone. As far as I'm aware, he wasn't bothered by her again. My mom had a photo of her grandfather displayed on our landing and told us that if we ever lost anything, we just needed to go to the photograph and ask Great-Granddad for help finding the missing item. It didn't matter if you'd been searching for your lost item for days. Without fail, asking Great-Granddad would always result in you finding the thing in the next half hour, even if you'd already looked everywhere. My mom died of cancer in 2011 when I was just 13. Since then, I've felt her presence around me in many different situations. I never see her, but I felt her sitting on the end of my bed to watch over me whenever I'm sick, just like she would do when she was alive and I was unwell as a child. I don't think this counts as a ghost story, but she leaves me feathers and other signs when I need a little encouragement. On the day of my graduation from university, I was upset as she was missing a day she'd always said she was massively looking forward to. As I walked out of the ceremony, a feather landed on top of my graduation cap. If I'm upset, or sometimes just talking about her, lights will flicker and sometimes blow out entirely. As far as actual ghostly sightings go, my current house is haunted by a ghost that we've called Clive. I've read somewhere that you shouldn't name ghosts as you give them more power, but Clive was a joke name that stuck. Since moving in, myself and my sisters have all heard footsteps from empty rooms. My youngest sister has had more than one friend stay over who has woken up in the middle of the night and been adamant that a tall man has been standing in a corner, staring at them. Whenever this has happened, I should explain that we haven't mentioned anything about Clive to these people. I'm the only person who lives here that's seen Clive with my own eyes. On 2 occasions, I've woken up to someone calling my name and seen a tall man walking from one end of my bedroom to the other before disappearing. On another occasion, I was sitting in my back garden having a cigarette. Our back door is glass and you can see through the living room, down the hallway, all the way to the front door. The door to the kitchen is in this hallway. I was looking into the house and I saw a tall man walk from the bottom of the stairs, through the hallway, and into the kitchen. I assumed it was my then boyfriend, so when I finished my cigarette, I went to the kitchen, expecting to see him there, but it was empty. My boyfriend was in my bedroom upstairs and was adamant that he'd been there the whole time and hadn't come downstairs. Luckily, I've never felt afraid or uncomfortable when it comes to Clive, but I have had to ask spirits to leave a couple of times, as they can scare my cat. I'm a student filmmaker, and I have been for about 7 years. About 2 years ago, we were scouting locations for a The Road-inspired short film. One of these locations was an abandoned motel. It used to be next to the main highway, but business dried up in the 80s when the new interstate was built 40 miles away. The place had a real fall from grandeur feel to it. The owners left it behind in the late 80s, and it's been untouched apart from one of the buildings being used to store some mechanical stuff in the 90s. The building that didn't get used in the 90s was completely falling apart. Practically no walls were completely intact, and the roof was falling in most places. The other building was in relatively good shape. No holes in the ceiling, only one entrance that was difficult to get through. It had all the internal walls removed and only a few small individual rooms within the building. Completely dark and lots of places to hide. Once we squeezed through the entrance, we yelled out but didn't hear any response. We went about taking footage inside to refer to later, just wandering around the place. tucked into a corner was a filthy mattress with some blankets thrown over it. I saw this and assumed some drifter had been through a while ago. That was, until I looked into a trash can near the mattress. Inside the trash can was some food waste, including an apple core. That didn't seem too weird to me, until I realized the apple core hadn't even turned brown yet. I felt my heart drop and I froze for a second. I yelled out to my friends, "Guys, I don't think we're alone in here." As soon as I finished speaking, we heard a large metal crash from one of the more hidden areas and heard footsteps running towards us. I shined my flashlight in their general direction on my way out, but the sunlight was really bright and blinded me for a second, so I couldn't see anything. All I know is whoever was in there didn't follow us out. We didn't stick around long enough to give them a chance to change their mind. I swear to you, I've never felt such dread as when I saw that apple core. Footage of this still might exist. If we find it, I'll post it. One weekend night in Idaho, my boyfriend at the time and I went to a show in Boise. It was one of my first times driving to Boise, so on our way home late at night, we got lost. We had no idea where we were, so I decided to try and turn around and backtrack. We were at a four-way stoplight and turned left into an area that looked like a good spot, but it brought us to this weird gated community with nowhere to turn around. So I kept driving, thinking I'll just come right out on the other side of this community. The whole thing was really strange and just got stranger and stranger as we drove straight through. The first thing we noticed right away, there were literally no lights on, anywhere. Not one house light or street light. It was pitch black aside from my headlights. The trees kept getting thicker until we couldn't even see the sky. It was dead silent and still. It wasn't even late yet, like 12 or 1 a.m. As we kept going, I noticed something up ahead. It was a large body on the left side, almost in the middle of this small road. As we got closer and closer to this body, I realized what it was. It's some type of animal, standing over another body on the ground. We start kind of freaking out because we have to drive right by this scene to get through. We couldn't turn around because the road was so small. So knowing that passing is our only option, I continue, even slower this time. We told ourselves, oh, it's just Mother Nature, circle of life. We're okay. I continue to drive towards it. And I start shaking because as we get near it, we could see that it was actually huge, with very tall legs. We are freaking out, but I'm trying to be brave as the driver. I have our lives in our hands, I think to myself. So I still continue towards this very, very large animal. As we get closer, I roll my window up. That's how close we are to this animal. I could almost reach out and pet it. I can still picture what happened next. That image will never leave my mind. The animal was even bigger than we thought, way bigger than a man and taller than a car. And I was staring. I couldn't look away and my eyes wide as hell because they can't even believe what they saw next. Right as I'm next to it, it lifts its head up from this other body, and I swear to you, with so much thick liquid dripping off of its face and mouth. Pretty sure it was blood, but it was so dark, it just looked like dark, thick liquid. And it smiles at me, with all of its bloody, sharp teeth, grinning, and his eyes were glowing bright white. And like I said, There were no lights anywhere. My headlights were not even the reason for his eyes to be reflecting like that. I don't even remember how we got home. I don't remember much after that. But I know it was one of the wildest things I've ever seen. And though we got home safely, I still have nightmares of that thing. This story takes place in Sussex County, Delaware. This morning I dropped my father off at work. At the time, I thought it was strange that we hadn't seen any deer in or around the road, because the area surrounding the mill that he works at was usually swarming with them. There's no hunting allowed there, and there's no large natural predators for them to fear, really. Skipping ahead, after leaving the mill I dropped my father off at, I rode the winding road out, and to my left there's a massive field with 2 grain silos bordering its edge. On the leftmost side of the silo, there was a creature, about 50 yards out in the field. It was the size of a large dog. It had no visible ears, no tail. I couldn't make out any eyes or facial features. It had a relatively short muzzle. Its rear legs were longer than its front legs, making it almost slant downwards. It was black and seemingly non-reflective, almost giving me the feeling as though I was staring into a creature-shaped void. It was trotting along the field, but the way it moved was all wrong. It stepped first with its rear legs, and then the front, and the rear legs sort of flexed, as if they were wet noodles, which made me think that it was an injured dog at first, but it moved very quickly. I only saw the creature for 20 seconds or so, but I'm still shaken up. It's all I can think of, and I feel very unsettled and disturbed. What could this be? Did you ever have one of those babysitters that just sucked? Yeah, me too. Then I had the literal babysitter from hell, and it made my shitty babysitters look like saints. I was about 7 or 8. Can't remember if I was going to have my 8th birthday or my 9th, but anyways, I was young. My mom often used whatever babysitter was recommended by her friends or coworkers, very rarely finding someone on her own. Someone without references was a no-go. Now, I will preface this by saying I was definitely one of those kids who hated all babysitters. I always wanted to be with my mom. I wouldn't exactly lie about my babysitters, but I always said I didn't have fun, even if I did. Somehow in my child brain, I thought that if I never had a good time, my mom would just stop sending me to them. Anyways, this is to say that my mom was pretty over my complaints, and she didn't really want to hear how much I didn't like Rose. Because I hadn't even met her yet, I needed to give her a chance. Okay, the story. So yeah, her name was Rose. Kind of an old name for someone who appeared to be younger than my mom. She wasn't very warm. I remember my mom telling me that Rose babysat a friend of mine. This was her way of trying to get me to warm up to someone. But I was still a bit disappointed when I found out I was the only kid that Rose would be watching that night. She didn't have any siblings or other kids around, and her apartment wasn't even pet-friendly. After I'd been at the apartment for a while, Rose asked if I wanted to play a game. I, of course, did want to play a game, but was reluctant to do so. But there was something about Rose that made me feel like I actually had to do what she said. So I agreed to playing a game. She smiled. It was the first time I'd seen that from her all night. But it didn't make me feel happy, if that makes sense. It was unsettling, to be truthful. She leaves the main living room and heads into her bedroom. When she reemerges, she's holding a box, some kind of board game that I've never seen before. I read the side of the box, but it doesn't even register. Doesn't make sense. I'd never seen this word before. In big letters it read, O-U-I-J-A. What the heck is that? I believe these were my exact words. Rose just looked at me with that same smile, promising me that I would love this game. She cleared off this small table in her living room and placed the board on the table. Then she grabbed this magnifying glass-looking arrow and placed it in the center of the board. I remember I started asking a lot of questions, and instead of yelling at me or even getting annoyed, she simply stared at me, placed a finger over my mouth while she made a shushing noise. I stopped asking questions, but then she started asking questions. I almost thought her questions were for me, but they made no sense. Are you here now? Or, can you introduce yourself to my new friend? I didn't answer any of these questions. Instead, I stared at the board intently, then back to Rose. At one point, I tried to move my hands off of the centerpiece thing, but Rose applied pressure to mine, saying very sternly that I couldn't move my hands. I told her I didn't want to play this game anymore, but she wasn't listening to me. Instead, telling me that's not how this game works. She asked the room, the board, I don't know who, "Can you show yourself again?" And just as she asks this question, I feel my arms being yanked, and I see her arms being yanked as the centerpiece moves rapidly to the word no. She asks this again, and the same thing happens, except it doesn't stop after just one. It goes back and forth between yes and no, so quickly that I literally feel like it's rubbing parts of the board off. I remember fighting my grip away from the centerpiece. When it finally released, I was running out of the living room and locking myself in the bathroom. I literally don't remember what happened after that. I must have fallen asleep, passed out, whatever. I don't remember leaving the apartment. But I remember coming to, screaming that I didn't want to go back, over and over. Then I could hear my mom's voice, and I barely opened my eyes and realized I was in my mom's car. Then I heard her say, ever so calmly from the driver's seat, "We aren't going back there, sweetie. Not ever." As soon as the words resonated, I was fast asleep again. My mom hates this story for obvious reasons, but it is what it is. It happened. And thankfully, she decided not to work overtime that night, even though she planned to ahead of time. She told me later in life that she just had a feeling and decided to leave work and come get me. When I was younger, I told my mom everything that happened, everything I could remember. She believed me, but she tried to tell me that I started having bad nightmares at Rose's house, that Rose wasn't a good fit, other things like that. As an adult, I asked more questions about this experience because I still remembered it differently. I figured she would tell me now that I was older. So I asked her one day, "What did you walk into that night?" Because the last thing I remember is locking myself in the bathroom. That's exactly what I walked into, you being locked in the bathroom. She said Rose answered the door with a literal, "Oh shit." My mom didn't like that, so she charged through Rose, only to see two other people sitting on the couch, drinking beers, with the Ouija board and paraphernalia spread out on the table. She said she screamed at Rose, asking why she left me in the bathroom. Why didn't she try to unlock it? Grabbing a bobby pin from her hair, my mom popped the lock open in seconds, and she found me sleeping in the bathtub. She said she raised hell on the way out. She was calling the cops, and she was going to sue the shit out of Rose, and if that didn't work, she was going to beat the living shit out of her. The first time my mom told me this, I was like, "Whoa, Mom, that's absolutely insane of you." Then she explained that I didn't see the condition that I was in. Curled into a ball, scratch marks on my hands, shaking. I decided that she wasn't overreacting. In fact, she probably underreacted because she never did press charges. Absolutely slandered Rose's name through town, but didn't press charges. I'm sure there's more to that story than I'm even aware of. Regardless, though, enough to qualify as scary. If the actual babysitter from hell doesn't terrify you, I don't know how a possessed planchette wouldn't.